Hey everybody, how you doing? Welcome to the third Thursday night Truthcast. I am David Snedeker. I'll be your host this evening, as opposed to somebody else. So welcome one and all. I am specifically trying to keep my long hair out of the way as it grows until I am happy with where I'm at with it. So I am I'm going to be wearing hats, I think, for maybe at least another week or two. So welcome one and all. Please share this out. Thank you for those of you who did. I just sent the link to Sir Oliver, so I'm looking forward to him joining us. Viking King in the first in the Sned Shed tonight. Good to see you, brother. I really should get a makeup and a hair person in studio here. So, folks, all your donations will go towards a full-time makeup and hair person for me, so that I can just look as good as I am, which I know is really, really difficult to achieve. So it's going to be a very, very expensive person. She or he will have to follow me around 24/7. So please donate if you will, folks. I have my priorities in order. I must look good, and so please know that. And I'll be frugal. I'll get. I'll only get the best, but I'll negotiate terms. Okay. Jan Butler, hello. Hi from Kansas. Good to see you. I guess you're the first in the Sned Shed. You just jumped to the top ahead of Viking King. I don't know. It might have been a neck and neck, a photo finish. Freedom awaits. Welcome back, Head Sned. Good to see you. Good evening to all. Good. D. Hager. Good to see you. Daryl, hello. Vicky, hello. Mikey, Lacey Bounds from Mississippi, always touting her beautiful state of Mississippi. Hola, Dave, Jenny, good to see you. Benjamin, hello, Dave, Samantha, looking forward to the show. Awesome, guys. Hey, me too. There are, a handful of people that I would want to speak to after what we witnessed together on Monday night, or I'm sorry, Tuesday night. And one of them is going to be on the show tonight, Sir Oliver Pollock. Hello, Renz. Good to see you. Christina, good to see you. Yeah, it's going to be a good one, my friends. So much. Tennessee Ridge Runner. Hello, howdy. Hi, Dave. Good to see you again. Tammy, Shay. Hi, Dave, and everyone who pops in. Claudia, what's happening? Long time, girl. How you been? Good to see you. No taxes on overtime. Nothing can stop what is coming. I think that's a slow trickle into no taxes, period. Buffering, howdy, Ridge. Good evening to you all. Phil R. Hi, David Sned. Kareen. Hello, David Sneds. I got to get my back going here. Hold on. There we go. Wally in the house. Hey, everyone. Dave and Sir Oliver, a great duo. Thank you. Roy, hello, Dave Sneds, Hawk Seed, Sir Oliver, and all the beautiful souls in the shed tonight. Ahoy, Dave, Hawk, Sneds, and Seeds. Auntie Honey, beautiful, beautiful gift, my dear friend, for Mr. Whistle Whiskers, this little toy where he has to roll around and find the treat when you open this. He loves it. Little noisy on the hardwood floors. Can't have it going during the show, but thank you for that beautiful gift and your donation. I mentioned that the other night, but I don't know if you were, I don't think you were live in the studio at the time. So glad you're on tonight. Love to all from Michigan. A lot to talk about. Boom Q. Hello, all in chat. Hi, beautiful humans. Robin, good to see you. Always sending me great love and great content. Jenny, good evening to all beautiful Sneds and Snedettes and Sned pets. There you go. You're covering the all the bases. Deep Gato, hello, everyone. Diane from Montana in the shed. Hi, everybody. I know Oliver is trying to pop in here. Oliver, let me know if you have any problems. I'll monitor my ex here for any problems that you might have. And apologies if that's the case. I think, didn't we get you in through Hawk's link last time? And Hawk, if you're listening, maybe we need to send Oliver your link. Is that what we did last time? I'm sorry, folks. I got a lot going on. I got a lot going on. It's just, I don't want to get into it, but hello, Jan. Good to see you. And hello, Robert. Good to see you, my friend. VSSJ Junior 17. Good evening from Fort Wayne, Indiana. Shoes kicked off and drink in hand. Another night in the Sned shed. Weird moon tonight in India. Haze is over the moon. Let me see if I can bring Sir Oliver in with us right now. Sir Oliver, are you there, my friend?
Yes, I am, but my avatar is not.
What is going on with that avatar, man?
Remember the last time it showed up at the end of the show?
Yeah, that was weird. I'm gonna call you.
I could already see it. I could already see
look
it.
at your
Avatarless.
avatarless.
Sir Avatarless.
Sir Avatar. That's what I. Yeah. Let me change. Let me change that. Sir Avatarless. There we go. We've got it. We've solved the problem. See, you gotta get creative. You got to think outside the box in these situations.
Gotta improvise.
And we have with us, my friends, the Dark Knight Rises. He is so dark you cannot see him. Sir Oliver Pollock, welcome to the show, my friend. I am very excited to spend some time with you tonight.
Likewise. Hey, I'm seeing here when I click the three buttons, it says edit audio avatar. Then it says to log in. Is that why? Because I'm not logged in?
Maybe.
Let me try it. Give me a couple minutes. If I disappear,
Okay.
I'll
Take
come
your
up.
time. I'm just saying hey to everybody. So take your time. And all right. And a lot of them are saying hi to Oliver as well. So we'll keep that going. So a haze is over the moon, Sandy. Yeah, it's hard to take pictures of those that do it any justice. Hello, Dave, and my friends in this house. Hey, Don, good to see you. And Hawk and Oliver script, hugs all around. Jenny, thank you. Boo baby, hi David Sneds. How everyone doing? How's everyone doing in this beautiful summer's evening? It is a beautiful summer's evening. I was outside with my boy Jasper. Oh, I got a surprise for you today regarding Jasper. Right now, he's working on a bone that my sister gave me. Yeah, I had a wonderful night out with him. Hello to everyone. Benjamin, good to see you. Kimberly, good evening from Michigan. NS Land, high sneds and seeds from San Clemente, California. No tax on OT will be great for my son, a fire captain. Well, the other thing I thought about during that is that it shouldn't just be overtime for the hourly workers. It should be overtime for the salaried employees that, quite frankly, are getting taken advantage of in so many ways. So there needs to be a cap on that as well. But there just definitely needs to be no tax period. And I think this is a drip, drip, drip in that direction. Christine Lembo. Hello, everyone from Florida. Hi, Dave. Hi, Sneds from New Hampshire. Christina, thank you. Sachimo, ahoy. Jan says, hey, Oliver, love listening to you and Dave together. Always a great show. You're really awesome. You can't compare to the awesomeness of Dave, but we love you anyway, even though you're a far second, cry second. I'm sorry. I think, okay. I'm sorry, Jan. I don't know what happened to me there. You didn't write any of that. So what's happening? Let me bring him back up here. Oliver, can you hear me?
Yes, I can, but still no avatar.
Still no avatar. I wonder what's going on. I'm gonna reach out to Hawk and see if he's got a solution here. I'd love him to pop on and say hi anyway. Now, does it give you the option to do the avatar before you come in?
No, it didn't. It didn't. When I came in, it was like a gray screen, and it said enter studio. I clicked it, and it brought me here.
Okay, so no 3 buttons before it said enter studio.
No. I'm gonna try my other laptop, see what happens.
Okay. Yeah, any chance of getting you on screen since you can't get the avatar going?
I don't know. You mean like take the? Oh, I don't know. I don't know if I'm ready for that. Let me see.
Actual video. I mean, I know you're not as good looking as your avatar, so I know that's difficult.
Exactly.
Right.
Exactly. No, sorry.
Hey, hey, now you're teasing us. Come on, man. Hey guys, pitch in for Oliver's OnlyFans here. Come on.
Let me see.
You gotta pay more money to see him.
Hey,
there he is. Get him. What's wrong with that? Oh, look at that. Big old thumb in the way. Nothing wrong with that. Hey, nothing wrong with that, man. What's going on? You're looking good.
Tired.
Oh, I hear you, bro.
I'm back in therapy, and it's not going well.
I'm sorry for your foot.
Yeah.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Improving. It's like I'm starting to think it's a permanent thing. They believe that it will eventually get better, but it's been almost a year now, and no improvement really.
What did they put in your foot?
2 staple screws and 1 big screw. 2 staple screws on top, and 1 big screw on the side of my foot.
And they're titanium, yeah.
Right. Yeah. Absolutely. Mm-hmm.
Okay. So magnet therapy. Have you heard of it?
You told me about that.
Slap a magnet on there, brother. My sister's going through knee pain with a torn meniscus. Torn medial collateral, and she's healing that right now with a magnet, with a high-powered magnet.
I'm
telling you,
I want to tell you,
like
it's not really painful. It's annoying. It can be painful at times. For instance, if I stand on my feet for too long, if I walk too much, if I try to carry something that's too heavy, and walk for a while, stuff like that will, bring in some pain. But it's more annoying than anything else. You know, it's like a
It's not so much just to take away the pain. It's also it helps the body heal.
Okay.
I promise you. I don't know whether it's the iron in the blood that is moving quicker, or if it's, I think it happens at a cellular level that increases cellular activity of
Right.
healing. But I'm telling you, there's nothing like it.
Yeah, you
It's
had
really,
mentioned that to me before, and I didn't look into it. I did,
yeah.
but I never got them. I
Yeah,
never.
it's literally all you got to do is, tape it on, or, put it on with a Band-Aid on either side, or even just one side, and you'd be amazed, you know? So, yeah, but I'm sorry to hear that, but I hope that kicks in. I hope that helps out. Hey, Hawk's in the house. Let's get him up here. He had a long show earlier, so he's probably not going to hang long, but, Hawk, how you doing, brother?
I'm doing all right. I'm trying to fix Sir Oliver's situation um,
Cool.
with avatar wise. I'm not sure why his avatar is not there because I haven't removed anything. Um, and normally if I did, I would have just let you know ahead of
Well,
time.
well, I didn't log in the way you logged me in last time. Remember last time I came in through your account, I believe it was.
Oh yeah, that's right. You did do that, didn't you? Um,
Right.
yeah.
So I didn't do that this time. I set up my own. I set up a Gmail account. Kevin said he
Okay.
likes Kevin's throwing me puffy vibes here.
Puffy.
What's up,
Uh-oh.
Kevin? No homo.
Hey,
No diddy.
Hey,
I'm
remember when
worried.
Buffy Vibes was like cool?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Uh,
yeah. it's a that's a scary thing. Um, yeah, I'm like looking at the avatars and uh, his image is there.
well, the ladies, it's not just the men, it's the ladies they're wanting the face too.
I,
Well,
So
I see my avatar, my digital soldier avatar. I'm not seeing the other one.
yeah, yeah. Um, let's see. Yeah, I see your digital avatar one, but I also see a Donald Trump one.
Oh,
There's a picture of Trump there. If I were you, I'd snatch that one. Um, you know,
yeah.
um,
Is that the one
yeah.
you put on last time,
well,
Dave?
listen, I don't know if he wants to do that, Hawk, after Trump got trounced in that debate the other night.
Oh,
Oh, geez.
I'll tell you, if anybody wants to consider that a trounce, they need some serious medical care because honestly, I think he took that hands down. You know,
Oh
absolutely
yeah.
no doubt, hands down. He had that, and the thing was that he was in fact debating three people. You
Right.
know,
Yeah.
it,
Yeah.
it that was in no way, shape, or form a debate. That was hey, let's get Donald Trump. That's exactly what that was. These
Yeah.
people have so much so much animosity, so much disdain for Donald Trump. And it all boils down to they know that their world is crumbling right now. They know
Absolutely.
it, they feel it, they know the American people feel it. So at this point here, we have to ask ourselves at what point do we allow the democratic notion uh, of this, and it is a great disrespect.
Yeah.
Not just to us, but to all of America. You know, there's just no, there's just no. I don't pity any of them anymore. And I've lost respect for the majority of them. Um, it's it, it's like, where do we go from here? How do
Hey,
we?
Hawk, not to interrupt you, but you got to see the dude. He got a he went to the groomer
He
yesterday. Come on.
He got the buff and shine.
He did. Come on. Come on. Come on.
You got the
Come on.
Diddy special.
Yeah. So he wanted to show Uncle Hawk what's going on here with his he's feeling a little naked, so I don't think he wants to be on screen. He wants an avatar too, because he's feeling a little self-conscious over the gut.
You know, this is the thing, is for that kind of a dog, especially during this time of the year, you know, going out running in the tall grass and things like that, you're gonna run into issues. You'll be brushing them out. You'll be brushing them out 10 times a day, you know.
Yeah.
You know, and you don't want to have to do that. You know, you just don't. You know, so
and he hates the brushing because the burrs are just too much. So he's really happy. We've already been, since he got his cut. We already went to see his cousin today, my sister's dog. So he's happy. He's doing great.
Right on.
So anyway, back to your comments. I interrupted you.
Oh, it wasn't anything important, but they know their time is coming, and I think it's going to be a lot quicker than what people think.
I think not. Well, I can't say I know. I have a strong feeling. Let me say that Trump knew what was going on. You know,
Yeah.
I know you guys caught the Delta, right?
Yep.
And it was a 0 Delta to the minute.
Absolutely. Yep. Yeah, that one right there, 46.
Now one of the listeners, and I'll pull it up, said that 9:03 is when she started talking.
Yeah, I pointed that out.
Yeah, and I showed this Sunday night. I showed this drop, and I even showed it like a week ago, because of what's coming up. You know, that the actual debate is going to be on the 10th. You know, what are the odds of that? And we all thought that she was going to find a reason to terminate, which, by the way, would have been a good move on her part.
Yeah.
Because she is being exposed like never before. I mean, it's just unbelievable. And so, but we showed this, and then I know, Oliver, you did this as well. I showed it after the debate. We went to this one. And then, let's see, it was Diana that let me know that Lisa Joy on Rumble said to look up 9:03, that it's a Delta in the start time of the debate. And I thought she was talking about drop 9:03. And that's why I said the other night, but I had already showed this. I just didn't show that it was the specific time when she started.
Yeah. You know, this is where the fun, the joy of all of this are going to come in. You know, we know that they have no saving grace. They don't. They have nothing to come back with, and the fact of the communication device, it was there. We were told. You know, we were told, and you know, I didn't know if you saw it when during your podcast, I sent that link to you that you know, that somebody else spotted it right off the bat, and it was like, as soon as I saw the earring, I knew, because I've seen those before. They had there was I went to the big cannabis conference in Portland in 2019. That was the last time I've been off the farm. 2019. It's been that long. Wow. And one of the girls there had one of those, and she was getting tips and bullet points from the moderator sitting on the floor, you know, at the table on the floor. There was a panel of 3 that were there, and basically she was giving a talk, and they made sure that she stayed on task of everything. And the lady who got up next, who went up and spoke after her, she was wearing the same damn earring. Okay. Now, what's funny is that, and I noticed this during the debate, that not only did Kamala have one in, and you notice she kept the one ear completely covered. Okay, always covered. One side was always covered. The other side showed the earring, right? Well, it's because she wasn't wearing the pair. She wasn't wearing the pair of earrings. The moderator, that girl Lindsay, had the other one on her ear.
You mean her sorority sister?
Her sorority sister had the other one. And that's why she, because normally she would pull her hair back. It was, if you remember the debate she had with Gulsey, Gulsey,
Tulsi Gabbard.
Yeah.
It's all right. You had a long show today, right?
Yeah. Oh, you're not kidding. Plus I've been outside working all afternoon too. She would normally, she would pull the hair back from her left ear or from her right ear, because when we're looking at her, it would be the left ear.
Right.
And this was, it was obvious, very, very obvious that she did not touch that side of her head. Now, she would go up to her ear that, her left ear, that had the earring on it, and she would touch the side of her face, but she never touched the other side of her face throughout that whole period of time. So yeah, there were just way too many clues that showed it. I saw it, right off the bat. I sent you that message, while you were live streaming, and I didn't want to interrupt you. I was going to come backstage and drop some stuff in there just to talk shit, but I was just like, no, I'll shut up and be nice.
Well, I didn't. I'm going to turn my mic down. People are saying that I'm a little bit louder than you guys. But let me know, guys, if that's better. Oliver, what do you think? I want to hear your total thoughts on the debate, but just on this particular topic, what are your thoughts on the whole earring comm thing?
Well, can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah. Well, we were told way ahead of time. Remember the 2020? Good night, love you too. Remember the 2020 debate where Biden wore the smart lenses, the smart contacts.
Yep.
So we were kind of looking for something like this. Like I said, I think Trump knew, and he Trump, he's art of war. So he'll make it seem as if he's angry or if he's losing, just so she can keep on with her lies. During the debate, even my wife was catching on her lies. Everything she said was a lie. Everything. If there was some, hint of truth in there, you had to dig for it. And I think that, he did that on purpose. And he mentioned that there won't be a third debate. There won't be a third debate. Right? So in his eyes,
yeah.
Not only, I think, honestly, I think it was useless. There was no point in this debate. She was not elected to be this candidate. They ran a coup to remove Biden, which, by the way, put on the MAGA hat. I'm sure you all saw that, right?
Oh yeah. I covered that today.
That was unbelievable, by the way.
Yeah.
And that was in a firehouse. That was in one of the firehouses.
Wasn't that the same firehouse where they took the photo a couple of years back? Remember the photo? The kids had the Trump.
It was the same date. I don't know if it was the same firehouse.
It was the same firehouse.
It was the same one.
It was the same firehouse, and it was the exact same date. Yeah.
So immediately, what I thought with that, and I'll go back to the debate. He's been under control the whole time. He's been under the control of the White Hats. That's the only explanation. We know that's not Biden. 100% that's not Biden. So now, and just imagine for a second, if you will, this guy comes out and endorses Trump for president. Could you imagine that?
Oh,
My
that would
God.
it would that would create a rift in the Democratic Party that I don't think that they could come back from.
No.
Hey, one of the things I was thinking after the debate is, and I don't think I said it. No, I didn't say it on the show. I was thinking about it just yesterday. The only person sticking up for Joe Biden is Donald Trump. Think about
Yeah,
that.
funny how that's happening, right?
I mean,
Very
he's the
funny how
only
that's
one calling these people out,
Yeah.
saying, "Hey, you took him out, man. He had, he had more votes than anybody in history, and you guys took him out and just replaced him with Kamala, and my comrade Kamala. I mean, he's the only one sticking up for him. Nobody on the Democrat side are saying, hey, should we have done this? Like, nobody's having that conversation because it's not in the 4 a.m. talking points.
Oh, absolutely, absolutely. Now, I did notice a big change in the temperature of CNN over these last few days.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this is the thing, is and I'm going to say this to every news organization out there: what you do now has absolutely no bearing on how people are going to treat you in the future, because of what you have done to this country in the last 50 years with all your BS. We're done with you.
Yeah.
We are done with you. Now, I'm not in any way or means a newscaster kind of person, but I'm telling you that the viewers that tune into me get real news, honest, truthful news every time that they turn in, and they got nobody gaslighting them.
Mm-hmm.
And that's a huge difference from a nobody to people who are getting paid millions of dollars a year to sit on that screen. Don Lemon, he's another one. Don Lemon was mocking Melania after Melania came out with her little speech, and then he took it down. Well, it's too late. Once you mock somebody like that, sorry, but everybody saves it.
Yeah, and Oliver, we covered this. I covered this the night of the event and the night before, because in the WikiLeaks, the emails, the DNC and Hillary emails showed the collusion between David Muir and the DNC and Hillary campaign. And I think the fact that I think there's a white hat script playing out right here. And I think the fact that they had this David Muir, who's already been exposed, and this Lindsay, who is her sorority sister, is, I think it's all part of the show here, guys.
Yeah. Well,
I
let's drop 1515 and 1516, which came up the other day, naming all the reporters who were down with that. I just want to make one, I'm not going to say it's a correction, something that was brought to my attention, I should say. They weren't sorority sisters. They were, I guess you can say that because they went to the same,
not the same place.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, they call themselves sisters, even if they're not at the same school, right?
Right.
Well, if they went through the same sorority,
okay. Well, I just wanted to put that out there.
Yeah.
But we knew prior to this debate that everything was going to be in her favor with her connections. What's the lady's name? Dana
Bash.
Dana Bash on CNN.
No. The one of the directors from ABC. What the hell is
that was
I forgot her name. The husbands are friends. They've known each other for more than 10 years.
Yeah, well, her and the girl, Kamala and that girl, had been friends longer than she's been married to her husband.
Right.
So it was she worked for
Q showed us this too, by the way. This was
Didn't she work for Planned Parenthood as well?
years ago,
Right.
but she worked for the Obama administration, the first Obama administration. If I'm not mistaken, it was either that or she was in the last Bush administration. One of the two. I don't remember which one she worked for. But again, they're all enemies to Trump. No ands, ifs, or buts about it. Actually, I would even go as far as to say Jimmy Carter, probably has some issues with Donald Trump as well. But that's another one. You notice that he had a medical situation. He went into the hospital, and we've heard absolutely nothing since he was admitted to the hospital.
Who's that, Hawk? I missed that.
Jimmy Carter.
Oh, right. This is all the connections, by the way, to ABC and
that's her right there.
Told us about Katie Hogan.
No,
no.
Liz Sherwood.
Lady.
No.
And Ben Sherwood.
Nope. Nope. Neither one of those.
She's a blonde-haired lady.
Yeah, it's not there. I did a post on her. It's all right. It doesn't matter at this point. I just wanted to mention that. That's one of the reasons why, or rather the main reason why I believe Trump allowed this to happen. He wouldn't have agreed if it wasn't going to expose them. He didn't have to debate her. She wasn't chosen by the people.
Yeah.
But he did it, in my opinion, because he knew that we would pick up on everything.
Yeah.
Prior to, during, and even more after. Right? She's done. Like Trump said, you don't ask for a rematch if you won.
Yeah. Yes. And the other thing too is, and I said this the night of the debate, we did a watch party, and I said, the Democrats already won just by Trump sharing the stage with her,
There it is.
and because in no other industry, Dana Perino.
Dana,
Yeah.
I knew her name was Dana.
Benjamin.
I couldn't remember.
Thank you, Benjamin.
No. But I don't think that's Dana Perino worked for Bush Jr., but I don't think that's the lady's name from ABC, is it?
Yeah,
it is. Okay. I thought it was Dana. I just couldn't remember.
And also, but just the fact that they're in no other.
oh, your mic just went kind of warpy there, Dave.
All right, how about now? Is it any better?
You're clear now. It just said the last part of what you just said went off into space land.
Oh, okay. Is this her, the one that we're looking for?
Can you go back to the picture?
I'm sorry. Yeah.
Yep, that's her.
Okay.
Yep.
And she's with ABC now?
No,
Yep.
no, that's not her.
Hold on.
Okay.
That's not her.
Dana Perino. Hold
No.
on.
Well, no.
I believe the lady's name is Dana, but it's not this one.
He's saying that is not that's not Dana Perino. He's saying Dana Perino isn't the Dana that he's thinking of.
Right.
So basically what I was saying was that in no other industry is would she be allowed on the same stage as Trump? If this was the entertainment industry, she would be in the audience. If this was high-tech industry, she would be in the audience. If it was a real estate industry, she would be in the audience. And okay,
Dana Walden.
Dana Walden.
Yep, that's her name. Dana Walden.
Yes.
I was
Dana
thinking
Walden.
Oh, she's co-chair of Disney.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, which
Yes.
owns ABC. Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Holy cow.
Got a picture of her?
Let me pull up her wiki. There's nothing on Wikipedia, but let me pull up her images. Yeah. Before Disney, she was at Fox.
Correct.
Yeah. Television group, not news. But and then let me go to images.
I got it
And
right
here
here.
she is with Hillary.
Yep.
Can you see that?
Let me pull that up. Right there.
Yep, that's her. That's her.
Yeah.
So there you have it. And they've known each other, as you mentioned, long before she married her husband. I think they've known each other for like 30 years,
Yep.
30 plus years.
Mm,
And so, the plot thickens, right?
yeah.
Now I'm hearing there's going to be an investigation, or there's a call for an investigation into ABC as to whether they colluded during that debate. And it's one of Clinton's old I forget what it was. Jesus, my mind is playing tricks on me right now.
Oh, well, Mark Penn, a former advisor for the Clintons,
Yes.
he's calling on an independent investigation
Yes.
into ABC News.
Yes.
Yeah. And a whistleblower is coming forward with proof that she was given the questions. My whole audience after that, everybody was like, without question, she had the questions beforehand.
It's over. It's game over for her.
Yeah.
I saw a video where a guy did a compilation of her speeches for the last year and a half. She wore the same earrings. She's been wearing that communication device for over a year now. That's why Trump kept saying she can't talk. She can't do an interview because she can't talk.
Right.
She has to be told what to say.
Which is why, by the way, she had to do the CNN, video, interview, not live, right?
Right.
And also one of the things that I was doing leading up to the debate was I was just shocked at how much Trump was bashing ABC over all the other networks. And I said, I went into the drops and showed, a lot of the ABC stuff, but also that he's also talking about the alphabet agencies that are colluding with big tech against him, they're all, committing, election interference without question. And so he was pointing to the ABC, not just with ABC Network, in my opinion, but also to the agencies, the DOJ, the FBI, CIA.
Did you see his last message or earlier today where he said he's doing a space September 16th and they're going to introduce the Liberty token, I think it was. I'm not sure what it was, but it has to do with cryptocurrency. That's a direct hit at the old guard and the current banking system that we're under. For him to mention something like that at this point in the game, for me, it's an indication that the SWIFT system is done.
Yeah.
And we're moving into the Ripple system now. And you may see a black swan event sooner rather than later because it has to happen. The banks have to crash completely in order for it to transition over into the new financial system. So that's big that he made that announcement. That's huge. And I don't know if you know, he's been invested in XRP for at least 12 years now that I know of.
I didn't know that.
Yeah, millions of XRP he owns. What do you got there, Hawk?
What do you got? What is that?
That's some of my specialty wings.
Oh yeah.
Whoa, dude, that's messed up. Showing us that.
I told you I've been outside working all afternoon, so this is the first opportunity I've had to sit down and eat. So I'm going to keep myself muted and eat, and
Cool.
I'm going to turn off my cam so you ain't got to see it.
Hey, what's your shirt say?
Let's go.
Nice.
Second Amendment.
Let's go, Brandon. Yeah, I love it.
Let's go back. Hey, I can't click on the comments like I was able to before, but I just want to give a shout out to Spiritual Street Fighter. She's here.
Yeah, she's in the house.
She said the enormity of what is coming will shock the world, and I believe that wholeheartedly. It's
Absolutely, right
coming
there.
Yeah.
Spiritual Street Fighter. We'd love to have you on, and also you can go avatar or avatar less, depending on what you'd love to do, what you'd like to do. But love to put the official invitation out there to you, and not to put you on the spot. But any rate, love your work. Glad you're here. Thanks for joining us. Oliver, what happened to you, dude? I thought we had you live for the night, and you went. You found your avatar, and
No, my kids were moving around in the background, going up and down the stairs. So
oh, okay, all right, yeah,
I cut it for a second. My children, I should say.
yes, right.
Did you catch when she said? And let me just mention this real quick. I went back the following day. I went back looking for a full video of the debate, and NBC did a great job. They posted the full video, but they gave you a play-by-play with timestamps and everything.
Oh, really?
Yeah, so I was able to go in and find exactly what I was looking for, and with the timestamps. But did you catch when Kamala said that that he thanked President Xi from China? Did you catch that? That she said Trump wrote a letter. He said, "Thank you, President Xi," and exclamation mark.
Who said?
Kamala said that Trump said, "Thank you, President Xi," exclamation mark. That's in the drops, bro.
Who? Okay, so Kamala said.
Kamala said that Trump was thanking President Xi, but she literally mentioned the words, "Thank you, President Xi," exclamation mark. That's in the drops twice.
Yeah, and she said that back during, she said that the time period was during the Big C going on.
Right. So when you look at that article is about the automobile industry.
Yes.
Right?
Yep.
Now Obama and Michelle both posted that night a minute apart. And their posts, did I do a decode on this? I don't know if I did. Their posts aligned with those two timestamps, those two drops.
That night, the night of the debate.
That night.
Wow.
The debate, Obama posted at 11:16 and Michelle posted at 11:17.
Wow. Wow.
And it led to that drop. Now, for me, that's, reminding us Obama sold us out to China, sold out the automobile industry to China. And then there was another drop. I'm sorry, because I'm on Chrome. In order to be in here, I have to be on Chrome. So I got to keep switching back and forth to try to find what I'm looking for. Otherwise, you know what? Let me go to my other laptop. But the next day, Obama posted it again, and it correlated with those drops. So it's kind of like, in my opinion, it's kind of like what they're doing with Hillary, and how, she posts certain things that match with drops that they shouldn't match with.
Right, right.
You know. Let me see if I can find what I'm looking for. I got my other laptop up. Uh, I gotta go looking through my page. Give me a minute.
Okay, sure.
So while he's looking at that, Dave, I got to ask you: did you see the guy who posted the video in regards to Chat GPT's opinion of whether the
Yes.
ABC was biased? That was
Yeah.
something, wasn't it?
Yeah, I want to play that tonight, and
It's
and
in
I
my
know,
feed.
yeah, no, it's in mine too. But I did see where you covered that. That was pretty amazing. By the way, this is Barack Obama's post that Oliver's talking about. It was at 11:16 the night, just like he said, right on the nose of this 11:16. Thank you, G. Good start. China CQ cancel. China CQ. Let me see. Do we know, Oliver? Do you have?
Chongqing, the Chongqing with the Q in the name. That's why Q mentioned that, because that was old. That was from 2014.
Yeah,
That article.
yeah.
What's crazy?
The article's back. Let's see. April 8th, 2014. Chongqing, China. Yes. Okay.
At the same time, understand that the Obamas basically verified that Q is legitimate. I mean, think about it. For them to post at those times, okay, and it come up that thank you, G, which was posted back in 2018.
Yeah.
I mean,
Yep.
it's people. I'm sorry, but if you don't think that Q is legit, I think you need to have your freaking head examined, okay? Because we are being shown time and time again, especially over these last couple of months, everything is lining up exactly as Q, laid it out there, and there's just no
And
doubt
Trump
about it.
never said that. Trump never said that. That's why it clicked with me, because Trump never said that. Trump never wrote him a letter, sent him a tweet saying thank you, G. It was in the drops.
Mm-hmm. Interesting.
Kind of like when Trump said that she met with Putin, knowing damn well she met with Zelensky and not Putin, but it
Th-
made her admit
Yep.
in a
That she
live
didn't meet
debate.
with Putin, the guy that she needs to meet with if she wants to put an end to this damn thing.
Not only that, what are you doing meeting with the president of Ukraine? You're the vice president. What were you doing? What was that about?
Right. Right.
You understand? Like, why aren't they going after her for collusion? Because 3 days later, a war started.
Yeah, and it just, I mean, it's just what I was amazed by is like, here's the thing that Anons have that many do not, and that is that when we see the stuff going on that we saw in that debate, there was never a time when I thought, "Uh-oh, Trump's in trouble." Uh-oh, not, there was, it's never. And even non Q people that are Trumpers, they saw it was obvious too. But to us, we know that there are things being mentioned that, it talks about 1917. You look up 1917, and that was the Balfour Declaration. That was the major things that were happening that he's bringing to light here, and not just the Spanish flu. But it's just that it was so clear to me that because so many people are now awake, and because we have the balance, the true balance on X, although I still have some issues with X, like I said today to Musk and to the support at team at X, why am I getting pro Kamala people in my feed
Oh yeah, yes,
that I don't
yes.
follow?
I'm
And I
I'm
want
getting
to
a lot of
know,
that.
right? And I want to know,
Yeah.
are they paying for that? And why is that happening? Because I've already told X's fucking algorithms who I want to follow and who I want to listen to, okay, and pay attention to. And not only am I getting that bullshit, I'm getting people that I stopped following months ago, like Crash and D Boomasan. Like I stopped following them months ago, and I'm still seeing their bullshit in my feed. But it's like, what the hell is going on that that this stuff is still popping up? You know?
Well, look at it this way, right? Now they get to see your shit. Whereas before maybe they weren't seeing your posts, right? Maybe they're throwing them in our feed so they can see our posts.
That's an interesting theory.
There's still a
That's
lot of
an,
people that need to wake up, man. You
yep,
go to Facebook, they're rocked to sleep on Facebook. I
yeah.
mean, it'll take you a good couple of hours to get a point across, to the
Yeah.
people over there. They're so far gone. But maybe that's what it is.
Yeah. Yeah. Um, this was, I mean, and I knew that the lies were going to come out, that they were going to be exposed because we have this balance on X now, because we have so many people awake. They're not getting away with these lies at all. And that's so obvious that we're not, putting up with this shit anymore, and people are just calling them out in real time. Like for example, the whole pet thing, right? The eating the cats and dogs. Like they try to make, Trump look like an idiot, when in actuality, I'm sorry, but and David Muir, I said, David, here, I put this up. David Muir spoke to the city manager. Nice investigative work, David. See in the comments what was in the DNC emails that were never contradicted. And then we show Kevin Sorbo posted no evidence. Meanwhile, it's the whole video of that going down. This is been corrected. That this woman was in Canton and she wasn't
Community
born
notes.
in Ohio. Community notes, yeah. I just saw this.
But here's the thing, Dave, and my wife picked up on this. What prompted him to speak to the city manager?
Because he knew
You
he was going to
understand?
get the answer that he wanted. Right?
Well,
Yeah,
what I'm
exactly.
saying is, did he know Trump was going to bring this up?
Mm-hmm.
Why was he so quick to try to debunk it by saying he spoke to the city manager? Did you see what Trump said? His response? Well, that's nice, that the city manager would say something like that.
Yeah.
I'm
Yeah,
paraphrasing,
exactly.
but yeah, no city manager is going to admit to something like that.
There was a girl who put out a video yesterday, and she was absolutely just in tears. Okay, she lives down by where the Haitian communities are, and her dog was decapitated. And she
Yeah.
said, "For all you people who don't believe that this is happening, I wish you were here and walked outside and seen what they did to my dog. My dog's head
Yep.
was laying in the yard, but the rest of the dog was gone."
Wow.
Yeah, I saw that's in my feed as well, and it's tragic, and yet this is, and one of the craziest things about this whole thing is we're arguing over cats and dogs, and we're not arguing over the people that are dying.
Yep.
And the rapes that are occurring. And to me, I think this whole thing was to bring light to that, and that they're practicing voodoo. They don't, they don't belong in this country if they're going to be doing their third world, shenanigans.
You saw the lady who posted that even though the majority of the people here are talking about the cats and the dogs that have gone missing and the ducks and the geese. I'd like to talk about my mother-in-law, who was killed by a Haitian that doesn't know how to drive. She was taking the trash out and got run over,
Wow.
and right after she got done tucking her grandkids into bed, that they're going to wake up the next morning and never see grandma again. That's just ridiculous. And believe me, if I lived there and saw somebody coming after one of my dogs, my dogs would be having some bones. They have some bones. And if you've been eating cat for a while, well, they'll probably like your legs and your arms and the neck bone.
Yeah, exactly. I reposted this, Oliver, your 25 blatant debunkable lies by the fake VP.
Oh, that was great. That was a great article. They were all over it. They picked up on everything. Watching the debate. Number one, that's a long video. You don't want to play that. It's up to you.
Yeah.
But
well, who was the article? Who did the article?
The Federalist.
That's right. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Unbelievable.
And did you see that afterwards, later on, they were all at LaGuardia Airport? Did you see the planes site? So apparently, and I checked the flight tracker, and I confirmed that was Air Force Two, flanked by Vance's plane and Trump Force One. Were you saying hi to? Oh, hey,
Jen Davis is in the house. Welcome, Jen.
Hey, did you see that? You didn't see that?
No.
Yeah, I saw it.
So Scavino posted. I did a quick little decode on that. He posted at what time was it? 10:44. Right, and in his post he included Trump 2024 in caps. Now his previous post was also Trump 2024, but it wasn't in caps, and so that made me do a little digging, and I came up with drop 5, where it says, "Can you rely on being able to board a plane and fly away?" And I started thinking, why would Air Force 2 fly to LaGuardia and be flanked by the vice president's, the pick of Donald Trump for vice president, and Donald Trump? It just doesn't make sense to me. She's a vice president of the United States, allegedly.
There's Trump's.
Right.
This is with no numbers on the tail. Right.
Now they say that since 2023 they started removing the numbers for safety reasons. That's bullshit, because Air Force One still has the tail numbers on it. So I started tracking it. It left LaGuardia a little later on after this post and flew to DC. Now, I didn't track it after that, but the next morning she's down in New York City. So did they bring her there? And if they did, why did they leave her? I don't think that's normal procedure. If Air Force 2 transports the vice president, I believe it has to stay there until she's ready to leave and go back to wherever. You understand?
Yeah. There would be no reason. The only way that 2 would be called back is if the president is using his plane and the first lady has an appointment that, like at a school or something like that across the country, kind of thing. That's the only way that AF2 would be used, and that's very seldom, maybe twice a year. You know, that the first lady would go out and do those types of events.
But I thought that was a hint, to us that they are in control, full control,
on
full
flanking on
control.
either side.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, exactly.
Did you see the picture? And this is Legacy Media. Harris coverage 84% positive, Trump 89% negative.
Yeah. ABC, I think, had it much higher than that. I think it was 100% to 94%, something like that. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's absolutely insane.
Mhm.
The thing about that I wanted to let's see ask you guys was, did you see, and I'm trying to find it, did you see the close-up of Kamala, and behind her was a Q on the wall? Did you see that?
No.
I
Oh,
didn't see that.
I gotta find that. I thought I bookmarked it, and I got so much stuff going on. I dropped a ton of stuff, and I drop a ton of stuff before the show so that I basically have my talking points and my notes. But she it was pretty clear, like right behind her, and I'm trying to find out where the heck I put it. But if anybody else has that, please drop the link in the chat. But yeah, I think what we watched was, just a genius white hat script. And by the way, that was the Shanksville Fire Department, right?
Yeah.
Did you guys see this? Where Kamala and Biden walk in.
No one clapped. No one cared.
No one cared.
No one cared. Silent.
Now watch this.
The people's president.
Look at the difference, man. Listen to the difference.
Hey, so that post that Scavino dropped at 10:44, his previous post was 2 hours and 42 minutes prior. Look at drop 242. And I haven't been looking at any news or anything, but something did drop, in my opinion, that was pretty big, and that was the case in Georgia where they dismissed a good amount of the charges against Trump.
Oh yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Be it tomorrow the story unfolds. So that tomorrow would have been 9/11. Actually, no, it would have been 9/12 because it was already, no, it would have been 9/11. Yeah, it would have been 9/11 where they were all downtown. And of course, I started digging on all the stuff I have on 9/11, just bringing back all the memories of being there and working there, and just all the shit that happened afterwards. Where we still don't know, without a shadow of doubt, who. I mean, you and I'm pretty sure have a good idea of who was behind it all, but the public doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that is going to be, connected to the "We're Saving Israel for Last" drop.
Yep. Yeah, because you got the Mossad connection, you've got the warning through the Jewish app there that the Jews didn't go to work that day because they got a text beforehand, and I showed Dave what that message was, and Baron, and then you also had the guy who bought the place
Silverstein.
and his direct connection as well, and how big of a player he is over there. You know, he's not a little player in Israel.
Right.
He's a big player in Israel. And a lot of the money that he spends in buying these places and structures aren't his money. It's other Israelis that are all going in, and they know that they're going to do destruction to whatever they purchase and just collect the insurance money, because they're not going to pay long-term upkeep and everything else. They didn't. He only had how long did he have the bridge before the Baltimore Bridge collapse happened?
And that's actually one of the not model. I don't know what word it is I'm looking for, but the Jesuits, they stand by that. Well, they have to go in and take control of whatever it is, they set out to take control of, and then destroy it.
Yep.
The reason, people were very critical. Why haven't they dropped the Epstein list? Why haven't they, done that's Israel.
Mossad.
That's Mossad. That is that's saving Israel for last. When that comes out, I mean, oh, by the way, I don't know if you guys saw this, but let me bring this up for you. This, I think, is very significant. I left it up. Here it is. So Kevin Hart opened up in 2022. He opened up a vegan after his car accident. He opened up a vegan restaurant, burger place, fast food chain, and he built 4 of them in LA, and they shuttered out of nowhere today.
Yeah.
Really?
Yeah. 100% plant-based menu, and they just out of nowhere, they just shut down.
Interesting.
And of course, I took us right to Executive Order 13818, right? And because
which was also just renewed.
No,
848 is just renewed.
This one has been since March of this year. They've been enforcing this, that I know of for sure. The 13848, I think, is happening behind the scenes. It hasn't been
the election
announced.
That's the election stuff,
right?
And that we're watching in real time. But you're right, Hawk. They renewed this one just yesterday, I think.
It was yesterday or the day before.
September 12th. Okay, it was today, I guess.
Was it really this morning? Did I saw that?
No,
I know.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry. So. It was started in September 12th, 2018. Let's see.
Well, the renewal, when they renewed, I think it was 2 days ago. I want to say it was 2 days ago that they renewed it.
Okay. But why? Why would that be renewed?
Exactly. I mean, this guy's your arch freaking enemy. Why would you renew it?
Yep.
And then all of a sudden Biden's putting on a Trump hat. It gives me lots of questions. I'll be right back.
By the way, somebody said earlier they want you to run for office in New York, Oliver.
Me?
Yeah. They'll vote for you. They live in New York. I can't remember.
I have a bad temper. I'd lose my shit.
Yeah, right.
I wind up kicking somebody's ass up in Albany. It won't last too long.
No kidding, man. I don't have the temperament to kiss ass.
Right. Yeah. I mean, if there's a complete, that's my phone. Yeah. if there's a complete turnaround within the system, and we see good, honest people, then I may consider doing something locally. But I honestly don't see us here in New York for much longer. You know, um,
Yeah.
we're gonna pursue warmer weather. You know, I'm getting older. You know, winters are brutal here. It's
Yeah.
beautiful, but it gets past. Summers are too short. But yeah, but thanks. I mean, if I ever considered running, thanks.
Right.
I
Um,
used to in my restaurant. I used to have meetings, Republican leaders meetings at my restaurant. So I do know a number of Republicans
what
in
kind
the
of
area.
restaurant did you have?
It was Latin American,
Nice.
Puerto Rican steakhouse is how I started out. I
Nice.
was I started out too fancy. I had the same steaks that you would find in Sparks and Peter Luger's, coming from the same butcher out in New Jersey.
Really?
Yeah, and the people just didn't appreciate it. You
Yeah.
know, for Father's Day 2017, I did a special with tomahawk steaks and lobster, and I
Uh-huh.
was the first person in this area to offer tomahawk steaks. Within a couple of weeks, Texas Roadhouse, Outback, all these other places started offering, tomahawks, but it was select. The quality, mine was prime, and they were selling them for $48, so I couldn't compete. I was only charging $75 for mine, but they were charging $48, so that I lost out. I did well that week, that weekend especially, but after that, it's like no one wanted to pay when they can go right down the street and get a tomahawk for $48. So
Right.
it was
Hey,
nice.
speaking of New York, what do you think about the New York Police Commissioner stepping down?
Well, I think they forced him to step down. Um, I kind of had a feeling it wasn't going to last too long for the simple fact that he's a Latino. The police force here in New York has primarily been Irish. Um, since the inception of the police department, and you see who they replaced him with. Um,
Um, no, I heard him talking, but I didn't know the guy he replaced him with.
Donnelly. It's not official, but they replaced him with
Interim. Interim,
yeah,
right?
interim, right, and it was weird how they did it. Very short speech. Um,
By
knowing
the way,
Eddie,
this was my
and
thumbnail tonight.
knowing Eddie and who he knows, I don't think you've seen the last of that guy. You know, was he involved in nefarious, deeds? Possibly.
or
But
he
then
was
again,
investigating.
here's the thing. There's a place in the Bronx that he was involved with through his brother, direct connection, and the people who were behind that place, they're connected. You know, so there was an outcry within the neighborhood because you had the police commissioner of New York going there, you had the mayor of New York going there, you had the attorney general of New York going there. They were all going to this restaurant in the Bronx, owned by some people who are not good people per se. So he caught a lot of heat behind that. But it wasn't until Adams started speaking out about the migrants and how they were sending too many of them to New York City. It wasn't until after that that they raided one of his top aides' homes, and then within a few short months they went after the police commissioner's aides, and then eventually the police commissioner. So they kind of got him by the balls and forced him to quit. But that man knows a lot, and he knows a lot of people. He's been in the force a long time, very long time. This is why I think you haven't heard the end of him. And maybe even Adams is playing. Maybe he's playing a role. Maybe he's playing a role. New York is a key figure in this whole thing, major figure in this whole thing.
Watch California and New York. And he here's the story on it. New York City's police commissioner resigns as investigations swirl around mayor's inner circle. Adams is going to go down too, I believe.
I think so.
Yeah, I think this is just like this is the first domino to fall.
I think it's going to go back a couple of mayors in New York that are going to end up going down. I think de Blasio is going to end up going down. Yep. I think Bloomberg's involvement in New York is going to come to light. I think that there's going to be many things that are going to come.
Cuomo, Bloomberg, de Blasio, Adams. I'm not too sure about Adams, right? And only because I know certain things. I just know certain things. I know the people he knows, and I believe that this could have been a kind of a warning to him and Eddie, mainly Eddie. Slow down, because the people he's involved with, if they were allowed to continue to grow, they would eventually be a threat to the people in power now. You understand? Back in the late 60s, 70s in New York, there was a power struggle here between the Puerto Rican mob and the Italian mob. And the Italian mob was using the Irish, the Westies, to do their dirty work. And the Puerto Rican mob had a crew called the Los Macheteros, the machete crew. These guys were no fucking joke. Wow. They chop you up, they put you in a trunk of car, and they disappear you. So it was it was a war in the streets of New York. And because they had the police department behind them, they were able to take out the top guys in the Puerto Rican mob. You understand? They all went down in the early 70s. All of them. They all wound up in Sing Sing and Napanock, Comstock, doing 25, 30 years bids, to life. All of them. Meanwhile, Joey Bats and all of them, they kept on with their careers. They weren't supposed to get involved in the heroin trade, the Italians. And they did. And at the time, it was the French connection. And the French, they were bringing in, and that's who my father was involved with. And they were bringing in some stuff that was top notch.
When you say the French connection, what do you mean by that?
The heroin that was coming in from France to Little Italy in Manhattan.
Somebody's hitting the microphone or making a lot of noise. Oh, it might be your cracker.
I reached in my bag.
I think the puppy's tail just hit the mic ear too. So,
it won't be the first cracker I have on my show.
Oh, hey. Speaking of crackers,
but that's what I think, honestly, because right now, New York is kind of an open market with all the drugs that are being flooded in and all the Mexicans that are coming in.
Oh my goodness gracious, dude!
Wow.
How when did they come along?
They're not even a week old yet.
Beautiful.
Wow. How many did you have?
We had 9.
Wow.
What kind of dog is that?
German Shepherd.
Oh, what? White German?
Mama's all white.
Wow. That's beautiful. Oh, that's right. They're all German Shepherds. Yeah. Wow.
Hey, Hawk, is this? Hold on. How do I show?
I can show him a picture of Gabriel. Once he sees that, he'll be like, "Oh, I get where it comes from." Yeah, Gabriel is my canine hooker.
Is that the one that I have behind us right now?
The pure white?
Yeah.
Yep, that'd be him.
I can't. How do I put him behind or in front of us?
Change the view.
Oh,
Put us all to the side.
I just do it like
Oh,
this.
I hear what you. Oh, wow. Look at that.
There we go.
Wow.
There we go.
That's the dad.
That's the dad.
Beautiful.
Yep. Yeah,
Beautiful.
he's a canine gigolo.
How many pups has he sired?
32. 32.
Oh my God. He's a player.
Wow.
Yeah.
Isn't that about your number, Oliver?
No comment. No comment.
Yeah, it's funny how they don't want to talk about it when it comes to them, right? Yeah. But yeah, he is a special child. And I use him for the breeding that for two particular girls that I have that have the recessive gene to produce either solid black or solid white puppies. So with his gene and their gene, they're able to do.
People,
he gets more action than I do, the poor guy.
Hawk thinks people watch his show for the news and the commentary.
He
knows it. He knows it. He knows it. Yeah.
I was doing podcasts about truth for about 2 weeks, and then Cuvée had her first litter, and we did the birthing live. And ever since then, it's hi dogs, hi pups. Oh, hi Hawk.
Yeah. So back to the the reality of what we're experiencing right now is really amazing to me, that we are witnessing the exposure that we are to everything that we've known to be true for quite some time, right?
Yeah.
And that to me is really fantastic. Like it just reminds me of one of the first posts back when Q came back. It had to be this way, because it did. We needed to see how many people are involved in this entire conspiracy. It's amazing, and you see what's happening is what's really concerning is what we're seeing with Blinken going over to Poland and trying to get them more involved in the war against Russia. And I played this today. Let me see, or I'm playing. I reshared this. Let me bring this up. But did you guys see these guys here? Check this out. Because I think this is next. Like they're pushing for World War III, and I think people are going to see how absolutely ridiculous.
Blinken, go home. Go home as soon as possible. Get lost. Get lost. We don't want you here. We don't want.
Where is this?
Polish
Poland.
people
Oh yeah, they don't play.
dying for your words. Thank you very much. Blinken, go home. Go home.
Wow.
And this is Blinken wraps up Ukraine-focused Europe trip in Poland with arms requests on the table. They're trying to get them to allowing the Ukrainians to use the Polish arms to hit targets further in Russia. Right.
I saw that a little while ago. Yeah.
And so, you know, these dudes are like, you know, we're done. And this is just so you know who this is the Polish MEP Gregors Braun on Antony Blinken visiting Poland today. And this guy is, I'll pull him up. He's a Polish politician. Born on our birthday, boom, Q. March 11th, 1967, Polish politician. He served as a member of the Stem for Reslo and as chairman of the Confederation of the Polish Crown. I don't know what much of that means, to be honest. I don't know what happened. He has been described as pro-Russian. He was interviewed by Sputnik in 2019 and has been praised by the Russian media for his stances on Ukraine since the beginning of the 2022 invasion. He claimed that his party was actively fighting against the banderization and Ukrainization of Poland by trying to prevent the influx of Ukrainian refugees. And for those of you who have seen me do reporting on this, banderization is basically Stefan Bandera, who allowed the Nazis into Ukraine and was pro-Nazi throughout the World War II. And these are the Nazis that Putin was saying that he was going to denazify Europe. He's talking about the Stepan Bandera's group, and
there was, and the thing was people have no idea how deep the involvement of the Catholic Church was, you know, in that, you know, because most of those guys were all directly connected to the Catholic Church, and they utilized all of the resources that the Catholic Church had available in order to smuggle these people from one place to another. That's one of the reasons they were able to get into Ukraine so easily. Direct Pope connection, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah, he spoke to Zelensky and Biden, directed a speech proclaiming, President Joe Biden, if you still trust God, let your private interest and the interest of the American corporations that sell weapons to Ukraine, along with entire America, kneel in humility in front of God's almightiness. He destroyed a Christmas tree decorated with baubles themed with Ukrainian, EU, and LGBT pride flags located in the building of the Krakow District Court. He said that he had staged a paramilitary intervention. Yeah, so he is very much outspoken against this war and certainly Poland's involvement in it. And you know, a lot of people don't know that part of Russia borders Poland, and it's a part that's not attached to the rest of.
There you are, Gabriel.
To the rest of Russia. It's right here in this little area right here. And then the rest of Russia is over here. And then Ukraine's here. But if Russia's being attacked by, you know, all sides here, or Poland gets involved, there's no it's just ridiculous. There's no reason that should ever happen. But they're pushing, and then Putin said that if you do long range missiles into Russia with American weapons and missiles, he said this escalates it to the United States. Without
Did you
question.
swear event?
Yeah, could be.
When Trump said there won't be a third debate,
Yeah.
I don't think he said that because he doesn't want to debate Kamala. I think he said that because he knows something is going to happen between now and probably the end of the month, or maybe mid-October. You keep hearing October surprise, Red October.
Right.
It will come full circle in October as far as the drops. Hillary's doing her book tour.
Right.
Did that start yet? By the way, I don't know.
Let me pull up her account.
But there's still enough time for many events to happen.
September 16th it starts.
That's the day of the space. Donald Trump's next space.
Yeah. And she's in Washington, D.C.
Yeah. So, I mean, what are the odds she finishes that book tour?
I think she might end it on October 17th in Durham. That's what I'm hoping.
Yeah.
Right. And don't forget, folks, the timestamp of this tweet takes us right to Epstein Island with the actual table and the room where she performed satanic sacrifices on children.
Yeah.
Okay. That's the real deal.
And they had already been using what I refer to as brujeria years prior to us finding out about Epstein Island. When they were going to Haiti.
Say that again. About what was the word you just used?
Brujeria, black magic.
Oh, okay.
Right. So there's different types of satanic worship, and in my upbringing, brujeria was the worst. It's black magic where they possess you. They literally possess your body and they make you do things that you're not aware of. And that's the kind of shit she was into. Where they would allow her, she would allow them to enter her body while these rituals took place. And she would perform unthinkable acts and on children.
Yeah.
So she's a witch, whether she's alive or dead. I whatever. I prefer she's dead. Trump says she's dead by saying beautiful Hillary, right?
Right.
But here we see her having a book tour. So what's going to happen? What's going to happen with Biden? Biden showing signs of, maybe supporting Trump. Voodoo. Yeah, Kevin said voodoo.
Mm-hmm. And that's what's going on with Haiti, by the way. And what we're seeing in Springfield, Ohio, which, by the way, Springfield, although The Simpsons is supposedly Springfield, Illinois, which is my old stomping ground. But Springfield, Ohio brings to light, The Simpsons, and they had stuff about the dogs and the cats, and I posted that today. But also that this is supposed to bring our attention not just to the travesties that are being enacted by these migrants, but it's also, I think, supposed to bring us to Haiti.
Right.
And
Absolutely.
Haiti, crimes against children will unite us all
That's right. They lose
across
the black.
party
They
lines.
lose the black vote with that.
Yep,
They
exactly.
Trump.
And
Yeah.
Oliver, why? When would the black vote need to be addressed? Would it be, this coming December, January? No, it's got to be addressed here,
Right now,
right now,
we're
before this
starting to
next
see it.
election.
We're starting to see it. There's a reason why Trump mentioned dogs and cats being eaten. He's trying to prepare the audience for what's to come. And he's
Yeah.
also letting them know, keep fucking around. We're going to show the people, which I think they're going to show it anyway. We saw it years ago. I know it's still out there. They have it. They definitely have it. They have it all. I think of movies like The Sound of Freedom, where it was enough to wake people up or at least shake them, but it was really a PG movie. When it comes to the child trafficking
Which
and
movie?
Sound of Freedom,
Right.
when it comes to child trafficking, human sacrifice, that was rated PG. They didn't really get into anything ugly. It was thought provoking, 100%, but they didn't really show anything. If they were to show the kind of shit that I saw, you know, back in the day, I actually still have some clips. It's disgusting. They would lose the black vote 100%. The only people that would still support them at that point would be the evil, sick, satanic people. And at that point, everyone else will realize, holy shit, I've been supporting these people all this time, and they're really sick, satanic people, like Trump's been saying all along. So that, like you said, that's going to unite the people. Has to.
And we're seeing their this whole voodoo thing. I'm right there with you. I think is going to open up the stuff that we were talking about, the black magic, the voodoo, the sacrifices. Wow, what a horrible thing. They're sacrificing, cats and dogs and chickens and ducks. How terrible is that? Okay, you've been desensitized to the reality of that,
Right. And there's a
so
lot of
that they
people in
can
the
hit you
hood,
with the next one.
right? And Dave, don't get it twisted. There's a lot of people in the hood that know about that stuff.
Right.
That kind of stuff takes place in places like the Bronx and Brooklyn. There's a lot of people that I know. I saw it growing up as a kid.
Really?
Oh yeah, oh yeah. I saw the rip. Yeah, I saw it. Ripping of the head, the chicken head, pouring blood all over the door.
Well,
After
the
everyone
Jews,
was in
the
after
Jews,
everyone was in the apartment, they would rip the beginning of the ceremony. The priest or priestess would say whatever he or she says, and then they would take the chicken, rip the head off the chicken, pour the blood over the door
mm,
of the apartment to what I was told back then, to keep the evil spirits out. You know, so
wow.
there's two things: there's santeria and there's brujeria, but they're both worshiping, entities that they should not be worshiping, and they're both calling upon people or souls, spirits that they should not be waking up. So you don't know what's going to transpire.
Yeah.
But when it comes to Haiti, Haiti is like ground zero of that shit. There was a movie back in the day with Jimmy Smits, where a lot of people said looks like my father.
Oh, dude, I could totally see that. And he's Puerto Rican, isn't he?
Partly, yeah, part Puerto Rican, yeah. Did you know the movie I'm talking about? Charlie Sheen was in it. Not Charlie Sheen, his father. Martin Sheen.
Martin Sheen,
Did you see that movie with Jimmy Smits, Martin Sheen? I forget the name of the movie.
The
With Jimmy
Believer.
Smits. The Believers, yes. Dude, that movie. And again, they kept it pretty much, PG,
That was
PG-13.
87.
That movie, watch that movie if you haven't seen it. Because they go into detail with the whole, voodoo black magic thing in this movie.
Really?
And it was some of it was based in New York. So yeah, they show Spanish Harlem. It's pretty wild. Check it out. Check it
Wow,
out.
this was 87. Look at the Twin Towers. This is
Yeah.
87.
I'm telling you, check this movie out. This is pretty wild. There's Jimmy Smits right there. Yeah.
Yeah.
Great movie.
Wow.
Great
Okay. I have to check this out.
Mm-hmm. There's the Haitian. You saw that guy? That was the priest.
Yeah.
That was the priest. Yep.
Wow. Great cast.
Great movie. I'm gonna watch it
wow.
again. I'm gonna watch it again. It's that good. Then I'm gonna watch it again.
I'm gonna check that out. The thing about what you were saying about the sacrifice, and we were saying save Israel for last, was also that the Jews they bash chickens around and then kill them and then decapitate them as part of their ritual. So this isn't just like this third world. Say again.
In mass numbers.
Oh,
the streets are covered with blood. They don't clean it up either. They leave it like that until they, it's probably I don't know, a couple of days. I think right here in Brooklyn, they do.
Yeah.
They do it here in Brooklyn. Yeah.
And so it's not just this third world, this Haitian thing. So I think this is it's called Kaparat.
Mm-hmm.
Kaparat. And it's not just this third world stuff. It's the Yom Kippur tradition of chicken twirling. And it's just insane. And they've been doing this for over 1,000 years. And they don't even know how it started. It's not mentioned in the Torah or the Talmud. So it's not old school, like, biblical.
It's evil.
It's evil, yeah. And so I think this whole thing, it was I think it was Gandhi that said that you can tell a lot about a civilization by the way they treat animals.
Mm-hmm.
And what we're seeing is the drip, drip, drip before the flood of what's happening with these animals, with the Haitians, and then what's being exposed in the Jewish religion and with the Talmud and all this stuff that's coming out about just these really not good stuff about these so-called religions. I don't think religion's going to make it out of this alive, period. Like I don't think we're going forward with religion at all.
No. Well, I don't know. I really don't care for religion, but it's infiltration. They were able to infiltrate all aspects of life, every department within our government.
Yes.
The banks, the banking system, the pharmaceutical, business, the oil business, you name it. All 3-letter agencies, and at the top. And I think back from like the Arnold Rothstein, Meyer Lansky days, and how they were able to control our government from back then. I don't think they ever lost control. They just started using their spying tactics and the media to maintain that control, and then they started putting people in right positions. But for a very long time, Meyer Lansky controlled our government and the court system. And he ruled with he was a smart guy. He surrounded himself with ruthless people. But that wasn't really his thing. He was more of a strategist. He was
Well,
very smart.
It's like that conversation that's been going on that we've had 10,000 movies about the Italian mob made, but nobody talks about the Jewish mob.
And they're the ones who control it all.
Yeah.
They control the docks.
Who was the big one there with Capone?
Meyer Lansky.
Was it Lansky?
Yeah, Meyer Lansky ran them. It was Meyer Lansky's idea to create the what do you call it? La Cosa Nostra, the five families. And then Frank Luciano actually did it. Him and Frank were very close. They came in together. But Meyer Lansky was the brains behind it all. The commission. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Meyer Lansky knew that if he controlled the docks, that he pretty much controlled everything. And that's what they did. They took control of the Brooklyn docks, the Manhattan docks. They went into Atlantic City and just spread from there. They formed relationships with certain people, and others were just either bribed, blackmailed, or just taken out of the equation altogether. But he was a very, very powerful man, and he lived to an old age. I don't think he ever did time. Right? They never got Meyer Lansky. He was able to get away. If I'm not mistaken, he was able to get away.
I don't know much about that whole time period and that whole situation.
Yeah, I want to say he moved out of New York and went down to Florida, and they came after him hard many times, but he kept getting away.
Yeah, Florida was a haven for them, for the Jews side. Not so much for the Italians. The Italians were retiring in Nevada and California. To them that was those were the ideal places to be, because even though they stepped down out of the position that they were in, they were still in a position of prominence and notoriety. So going into a restaurant and having half of the restaurant shut down so that you and your wife can or whatever floozy you're sleeping with that week have a seat. Yeah.
Spiritual Street Fighter, her meme.
Yeah.
I love it.
There was a video yesterday of a golden retriever sitting on the couch next to mom while Donald Trump was talking about the dogs being eaten. They're eating the dogs, and by the time the statement was done, the dog was behind the couch just peeking around, to look at the screen. It was up on Twitter there. So yeah. So when I look at all of this, though, especially where the Jewish connection to all of this is, and Dave, I agree. This save Israel for last. That's going to really be the biggest, I think, kicker of all of this. Never mind what has just gone on in the United States, but knowing how much of an influence they've had worldwide, every single country has been affected by these people and what they've done.
Yeah.
And this saving Israel for last, it's going to be, and that's not to degrade the Jewish people. Okay. Let's make that clear. Okay. There's a the good Jews, and then you have the Khazarian side of it, and of course you do got some, the Talmudic Jews as well that you have to be watchful for as well. but your basic regular Jews that follow the Torah, and strictly the Torah, we can't blame them. We can't. I mean, the fact that they're not saying things about it. Well, yeah, but I mean, look at the world that we live in today. If you say anything, you get Clintonized. You know, and it's just not. Is your life and your family's life worth it? Kind of situation. But I believe that the exposure of Israel, the exposure of Mossad, CIA, NASA, all of them in entire conglomerates, are about to effectively change as soon as Trump goes back in. This is going to it's going to be huge, and it's going to cause a great disruption in regards to people looking at Israel as the place that it is now, and trying to compare it to a time where Israel had a small state in the country of Palestine, because it was called the Kingdom of Israel. That was to the northern section of Palestine, and the southern section of Palestine was Judea. And then you had Galilee, and then you had the where the Philistines were, which was the Gaza area. The reason that they were able to defeat the Philistines was because of the fact that they were pushed out of Galilee onto the coast, and they cut them off of all resources coming from inside Palestine. So it's like, when I tell people that, you guys understand that Jesus was a Palestinian, right? And they're like, what? No way. The country was Palestine. When he was born in Bethlehem, he was born in the country of Palestine. He might have been born in the state of the Kingdom of Israel, or born in the state of Judea, okay, whichever one Bethlehem falls into. But in the long run, even though he was a Galilean, okay, and lived in the city of Nazareth, he was still a Palestinian.
Right.
And that brings a lot of things that when you take all of these aspects and you look at that, and then you look at where the warped interpretations come in, and you begin to see a bigger picture. So this is going to affect a lot of religions worldwide. This is going to affect a lot of territorial treaties worldwide. And I think that at the same time that Israel gets taken down, I think that that's when we'll see the quote unquote royal families be taken down at the exact same time.
Right. I mean, that would, they all got to be taken down. Right. So it's really a question of how, when, and what else is going to be happening at that same time. Right. And, Oliver, just let me know when you're back. I just
got to get him in between crackers.
Yeah, I muted his crackers. I don't think What's that?
I'm back. I apologize.
No, that's all right. That's all right.
You got to eat.
Yeah, you got to eat, man.
Yeah, especially when you're drinking.
Hey, what do you think about the Department of Government Efficiency, Doge, and Trump Retruth, Doge?
Almost like it was meant to be right from the beginning.
What do you think of Doge, Oliver? I've got $35 worth. What's that going to be worth?
Hang on to it. I would probably get more. They are going to implement it here on X along with Dogelon as well. There are going to be many tokens used, but they're all going to run through XRP.
Right.
So that's the main one. Right, the XRP is the main one, but Doge, I would definitely buy some more of that. 35 is all right, but I would get.
I
I would
started with
definitely.
100, by the way, and it's down to 35. So that should tell you when I got in. And that's the only. I got $100 worth of XRP the other day.
Good for
Um,
you.
yeah, thanks, man. And you said something else. There was another one that you thought that we should get involved in. What's that one called?
XLM.
XLM.
XLM. Right. Right.
And-
Stella.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But stay away from Bitcoin.
Yeah, I don't think Bitcoin's gonna last much longer. Um, hold on.
Even with Trump pushing it, Stellar
Here's my theory.
is 9 cents.
Here's my theory on that. Yeah, Stella's that's gonna be huge. Here's my theory on Trump promoting Bitcoin. He knows how it was used in the Silk Road, right? In the dark web. He knows
Right.
that in the
Right.
beginning, Bitcoin, and even till now, they use it to, for many different things, nefarious things. He knows this. So the people who are involved with Bitcoin in the billions are the same people that he's after.
Right. Right.
So for him to promote Bitcoin, for me, that's kind of like a hey, don't worry, you guys are safe. When I become president, I'm gonna make sure that Bitcoin thrives, that kind of thing. But I see a rug pull coming, and if 13848 and 13818 are actually in effect, which we know they are, that includes Bitcoin. So will
Right.
it be used in the future? I don't think so. Can they use it? They can use it as a hedge. If he were to confiscate all of these bad actors' Bitcoins, he can then use it as a hedge against, whatever. But I don't think it's going to be used like XRP will be used, like XLM will be used, like XTC will be used, like Algo, like IOTA. All these things have use case. They're all technology. Bitcoin is not. Bitcoin is just a way of hiding money,
Right.
transferring funds on an IOU basis, and that's it, pretty
And
much.
paying, for very nefarious activities.
Right. Who's going to be stuck when we move into the new financial system? Who's going to be stuck? The people who can't prove where the money's coming from, and the people who have all the cash, pretty much. Because you're not going to be able to do much with the cash anymore.
Right.
Right. So if you deal in a cash business and you're sitting on tons of cash, you're fucked.
Right.
So there goes their power. So now they no longer have power. They can't pay people to do the things that they used to pay them to do. Now, I'm not saying that they're not involved with crypto, because they probably are. But crypto's different now than it was when it first came out. When it first came out, we were able to buy whatever we wanted, at any time without having to show any kind of identity. And I was fortunate enough to get involved early and not have to show any kind of ID, because now, especially here in New York, for at least the last 2 years, I think they finally opened it up, but for a good 2.5 years, they weren't allowing you to purchase XRP here in New York. And they changed the whole process from just going on and moving money around or using a credit card or what have you, to now you have to give your identity.
Right.
You have to link your bank account,
Right.
that kind of thing.
What Maggie asks, how do I invest in XRP? How do like I use Coinbase, which I opened up an account like maybe a couple years ago, but literally only did $100 of Doge. So I haven't done much with it, but
Coinbase is a good on-off ramp. It's not good to keep your money there. I would get a cold storage wallet, like an external hard drive, and transfer all your crypto onto that. Keep it
and
offline.
why would you do that? I mean, is Coinbase? I mean, they're not going anywhere, right?
Yeah, but they're affiliated with JP Morgan,
Okay.
and anything can happen with those guys. Number one, number two, you just want to keep your stuff offline in the event there was some kind of crash. You know,
Well, I
um,
know a buddy that lost his phone, so he lost all his Bitcoin back in the day.
that sucks.
Yeah, like that can happen too, right? Like if you're keeping it on your hard drive, if you lose that, you're kind of
Well,
screwed.
no, they're different devices, and yeah, you don't want to lose it. But if you do happen to lose your device, you don't lose it as long as you have your keys, your passwords in a safe place. You can uh, re, uh, recover them. You know, um, yeah, I heard a lot of stories back in the day. I lost it. I got scammed early on. Um, but yeah, Coinbase is okay for on off. Binance is what I use. It's an actual platform. It's an exchange where you can buy multiple uh, tokens. You can trade tokens. It's kind of like the stock market for cryptocurrencies. Uh,
Okay.
there are others.
It
Um,
says it says Binance is unavailable in your country or region. If you're in the United States or select U.S. territories, Binance.us is U.S. regulated platform where you can buy, trade, convert, and stake
right,
crypto with low fees.
right. So when I came in, it was just Binance, but then they've since created Binance US.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. So Binance.us is the one we want.
right,
I went to Binance.com. So we got to go to Binance.us, and that's what
right,
this looks like. Okay.
right. And you can use your phone. You can use credit cards. It's a great platform. I never had any issues with it.
Now, will you keep your stuff on there, or do you bring it
No,
back into a
no.
wallet, or bring it
So if
into?
I want to trade, I keep certain stuff on there. XLM is an easy one. Is an easy token to use to trade because you can pretty much trade everything on their XLM and XRP as well. Bitcoin is the ultimate, but I don't. I got away from Bitcoin a long time ago. Um, but what I do is there's one cold storage wallet called uh, Nano Ledger. Nano Ledger is one of the best cold storage wallets on the market. The other one that I use is called a Decent, D apostrophe CENT, and that goes off of biometrics, which is great. I like to have multiple devices and keep different tokens on each, just in case. God forbid I lose one or whatever.
Right.
I have another one. You know, I actually have three. I have two nanos and a descent. But if you want to bring up Nano Ledger, nanoledger.com or ledger.com.
This is ledger.com.
Yeah. So that's the new one that they're coming out with. It's not out yet. Is it out yet? I didn't get a notification. I hope not, because I didn't get the notification.
It
It's
says
called Stacks.
introducing Ledger Stacks
Yeah.
and
This is
Ledger
this is
Flex.
their new technology. It's like a small phone. The one I have is not this because I don't think this is out yet. Is it?
Yeah, there's somebody in chat saying,
Oh, came
Botan
up.
says, I have Ledger.
So it's out. Okay, I'm gonna have to look. I'm gonna have to get mine. I put in for notification. I had a pre-order, and I
Okay.
told you to notify me when they were available. I didn't get. I have to check my emails. But
So
no,
you
keep going.
basically buy this wallet for $250 or $400.
Are they not offering the Nano anymore? That's all
You
they're
might have.
offering now.
Yeah.
The stacks, the
Yeah.
flex, the Nano's not there. Go to what does it say on top? I can't read it.
What's new?
No.
Compare.
Ledger ecosystem. Yeah, they did away with it. I guess. Yeah. And it's double the price, this one, compared to the Nano. Nano you can get for $1.50, whatever. Maybe Amazon still has them.
Interesting. Okay.
Nano is called Nano Ledger.
And this is the DaveSned wallet
That's
that
the
you
decent,
mentioned.
right? Yep. That's a
So
decent.
you're saying you could have a DaveSned wallet, you could have this other one, but that's a lot of money for those things.
Not too much. The decent was decently priced. The Nano Ledger, from what I remember when I bought it, it was like $1.40, maybe around there. And you can still get it. Actually, look, I just found it. Nano Ledger, crypto wallet, $149.
Okay, that's on Amazon.
You could type in Nano Ledger, Ledger Nano X, shop.ledger.com. Shop.ledger.com.
I just went on Amazon.
There's
Is
one
this
right there
what-
for
Well,
79 bucks.
you gotta be
$79?
careful. You gotta be careful on Amazon because you're not always getting. These things can be set up to where you purchase it somewhere. Someone else has your information when you set it up. You understand? You want to get it from the dealer. So if you go to shop.ledger.com, those are those are Ledger products.
Yeah, but it doesn't give us the Nano option.
Yeah, I'm looking at it.
Oh, you said shop.ledger.com
Right.
/ what? Nano?
Well, what I did was, let me go back. I'll tell you right now. I typed in Nano Ledger in the search bar.
Okay.
And then I scrolled down to the Ledger, shop.ledger.com. That's the Ledger website.
There it is. 149.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I wouldn't recommend buying it off of Amazon because
No.
it could be a private individual who has already taken that, and
Exactly.
and they can actually hack and take your stuff whenever they want to.
Yep. So this is I have two of these, and they work great. I'm going to look into the other one. Not that I need it. Yeah, I wanted it when I first heard about it, but I didn't know it was that expensive.
So Sonia says, I use the Exodus wallet and have Binance as well. I got scammed and still paying for it. Advice: buy on exchange, then transfer to your crypto wallet in HODL.
Hold on for dear life.
Oh, hold on. All right.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, that's what I do. Whenever I purchase on the exchange, and I immediately transfer over to the cold storage wallet. I could walk you through it one day if you want, and then this way then you can show your audience how to do it.
That would be cool.
Yeah.
Eclectic Dawn uses a device called Undies Drawer. Do you know that one?
And I got cash in my undies.
Yeah. And don't buy those undies on Amazon. Somebody might already warn them. And you don't need that.
It's bad that we have to say that about Amazon, but it's true.
Yeah, it's true. 100%.
It's like, it's like going on to places like Facebook Marketplace. If you go on and you're buying something that somebody had access to the main part of it, then when you're getting it, you have to understand that that these people are going to always have access to what is now yours. and you got to stay away from that. Yeah.
Yeah. So the main reason why I bought the Descent, and then if you want, we can move on to something else because I don't want
Sure.
to get bored. The Descent, you can hold XDC on there. The Nano Ledger, you can't. And XDC, from what I understand, that's going to be the commodities market. They're going to use that technology for commodities, kind of like our stock market. XLM is going to be retail, and XRP is going to be institutional.
Hey, something's going on with my computer, guys.
Yeah, you're freezing up a little bit there. And he's
Hold on,
frozen.
something's going on with my computer right now.
It's the 13th, so hopefully you've got your updates for Microsoft are under control. It's
You're good now.
You don't use Windows.
Yeah, you're good now.
No.
That's right. I
Yeah,
forgot you're on a
okay.
Mac. So
But
Yeah.
but XRP was created for financial institutional use. Because you can move billions of dollars in a 24-hour period using one XRP. We don't move that kind of money.
Right.
It was never designed for us to have, but we were fortunate enough, to get involved early. A lot of us found out about it early and we spread the word. Some people, listened and, invested, and they're still holding on to it. Yeah, most people didn't. I think it's like 1% of the world owns XRP. Think about that.
1% of the world?
Yep. Only 1%
Wow.
owns XRP. Yeah. This is in its infancy stages, even though it's been out since 2012, I want to say, or maybe 2008, I think is when it first came out. But I got in 2014, and that's when I initially got into Bitcoin, which I'm still kicking myself in the ass for not holding on to what I initially had. But it's still very early, and I mean that wholeheartedly. What it's at right now is nothing.
You
there's
mean
been
Bitcoin or
XRP.
XRP?
There's been a lot
Well,
of
yeah, it's only 56 cents.
dude. There's been a lot of talks about a buyback from the Treasury or from the Federal Reserve, which I don't believe they're going to have anything to do with this at the end of the day. I think they're gone already. So I believe there's going to be a buyback because they need all the XRP. You understand? The financial institutions and the governments of the world who have treasuries, which is pretty much every government, they need the XRP. So that value, that price is going to shoot up one day to the next. And it's just going to continue to grow from there. Right? Supply and demand. There's 50 billion or 100 billion, but 50 is in escrow. So, it's just a matter of time before that switch is flipped. And we're in this new financial system where these institutions who already started buying, a lot of them started buying. If you go on fiat, I can't remember. Hold on one second. Shit. I can't remember the website. I'm drawing a blank right now.
Hey, a quick question. Christina is asking, how do you transfer to the cold storage? Do you have to, and then we'll move on, but do you have to hook up to the Nano Ledger or computer physically?
Well,
she only has an iPad.
There's an app. There's an app associated with the cold storage wallet. And yes, you have to be plugged into that app when you're making the transaction, but it's a series of numbers and letters, where you have to input that set of numbers and letters to match what you're trying to move. You understand?
Mm-hmm.
So they ask you for your set of numbers. Let's say you're on Binance and you want to send XRP from there to your wallet, you have to input the information onto that window that's open for the transaction, and it has to match, completely. If you miss one letter or number, that's going to someone else. But as long as everything is what it is, within a matter of seconds, you have that off the platform and on your cold storage wallet. It takes like 3 to 4 seconds.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'd like to do a show dedicated to that. If you're up for that, it'd be great to, dig down into this a little bit, because there's a lot of people. Yeah, there's a lot of people that don't know. Like you said, only 1% own it, right?
Well, the easiest way for those who are novices, go into zoom.com, which is HUMM.com. And that's is it? What did I say? I say H X
Yeah.
X
XUMM.
Yeah. I don't know why it's not coming up for me. Did it come up for you?
Says this site can't be reached.
Yeah. What the hell's going on?
Is it ZU?
Yeah, it's ZU. Oh, they changed it. Formerly Zoom. They changed it to Zaman. Interesting.
How do you spell that?
XAMAN. Formerly Zoom. So this is very XRP friendly.
No, XAMAN.com is not
No, not .com. It's an app. It's a wallet, so you have to install it. Let me see where I
okay.
found it.
So it's on the Google Play Station.
Play, yeah, Google Play or Apple. Yeah.
Yeah, and you can use your Apple ID to purchase, and you can use your what's the other one there for the Samsung people?
Android.
Android. Yeah.
Google Play.
Yeah. So you can't do it on a laptop or computer. It has to be mobile device. So this is very friendly. It's kind of like Coinbase. It's easy to use. Uphold is another one. But I would lean more towards this one for XRP. It simplified the whole process here. I didn't realize
Zoom. By the way, I just downloaded it on the App Store. That's how easy it was.
Yeah, it's very, and as you navigate through it, you'll find that's very easy. So if you don't want to go through an exchange like a Binance, you can just use the Zoom wallet. You can purchase almost anything on there. Yeah. I call it Zoom, but they changed it to Zaman. Like Zaman. I don't know.
Yeah. So I wanted to go to Ingersoll Lockwood.
Okay, real quick, Dave, the song that they're talking about, if you go over to the right-hand side of the screen right now and click on brand, and you know where you pick your Art of Silence music for the beginning of the show?
Yeah.
If you scroll down to the bottom of that list, you'll see Save Our Pets, Save Our Lore, or Save Our Land.
Oh, okay, cool. Well, I wanted to show people where it was on the
oh, absolutely. But you'll notice that I've been loading the songs from there down at the bottom. That. America's Last Dance is down there, and
very cool. So here's Ingersoll Lockwood. I go to dark mode, right? And there's a couple new drops on here. One is it says report pet eaters, okay, and it takes you to PETA, People for the Ethical Treatment of Animals. Animals are not ours. to experiment on, eat, wear, use for entertainment, or abuse in any other way. So this is, hey, folks, think about the animal lovers out there. Kevin Rottello during the after the debate show said, well, Trump just won the cat lady vote, right?
Oh, you know he did.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and look at all the pet owners, look at all the animal lovers.
He's a brilliant man. Hey, Dave, I'm still trying to figure out how you did dark mode.
Oh, okay. So if you go to Ingersoll Lockwood, right, and it's and you may not have it installed on Chrome, but if you click up to the extensions, right? Romeo Custodio, thank you for your donation, brother. And you see where it says dark mode here? Can you see that?
I don't even see extensions. What are you talking about?
So up here, do you see my cursor up in the upper right-hand corner here?
Yeah.
Okay, there's a little puzzle piece on
Is it
Chrome.
hidden? I don't see it. Oh, you're on Chrome.
Chrome, yeah.
I'm not on Chrome.
Okay, so but basically,
A puzzle piece or a plus sign?
What's that?
A puzzle piece or a plus sign?
Mine's a puzzle piece, but yours might be a plus sign if you don't have anything loaded.
Okay.
But I'll show you. Go to Chrome extensions. Okay, and on Chrome extensions, you'll see the Chrome Web Store, right? And then you can search dark mode. Okay, and let me see, dark mode.
Yeah, I'm not going to go through all that. I'll just keep highlighting the page.
And then you just add Chrome.
Moving right along.
I think dark mode gives you more than the highlights.
Okay. All right.
And
so
then on this one, if you click on this down here, this takes you to the song right here.
Plains where freedom song does swell, came a time when trouble rang its bell. For they're eating our pets, ain't no denying. I see tears in mama's eyes, she's crying. They've taken our dogs, Chipper's gone. Cat's fur on the front lawn at dawn. No end in sight, this hungry time. Our love for them we cannot hide. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to save them. Save America, it's time to act. In the valleys and fields of green, neighbors whisper about the unseen. A silent threat to our family heart, tearing our community apart. Flags wave on porches old and new, but who saves Fido in this scene too? Not just pets, they are our kin. Let's stand up now and let it begin. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to send them back right on track. Save America, it's time to act. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to send them back, right on track. Save America, it's time to act. They're eating our dogs, they're eating our cats. They're taking our pets, enough of that. It's time to send them back, right on track. Save America, it's time to act.
Love it. Love it. It's funny, but it's not funny.
Yeah. Thank you to Spiritual Street Fighter for reminding me of that that new drop to share tonight. And this is, you know, to turn something around that quickly, right? And yeah, what's crazy is we're talking about the cats and the dogs, and yet, and the ducks, yet we're not talking about the children.
Can I
Right.
interject for 1 second?
Please,
This
please.
was the first song that Ingersoll has put in there, okay, that was produced in this particular period of time, okay, that was not a 1920s or 1930s style song.
They've had another one that wasn't as well. This isn't the only one. The other one was like kind of a folk country too.
Did Dave just fact check you real time?
I don't know. I thought
It
I
happens
had
a lot.
I'm pretty sure I have every single Ingersoll song that came out. And now there were a couple of videos that were linked that were YouTube produced or put up on YouTube. But I'm talking about the because even the Last Chance America is in the style of the 1920s, 1930s.
Yeah, you're missing one. You're missing the best one, I think. And it's
now I'm gonna have to go dig for it.
Well, I'm gonna pull it up for you now because it's as a matter of fact, Spiritual Street Fighter and I both love this one, and she posted this today.
Right.
And I'll pull it up. But most of them are of the era that you're talking about, like the 20s, you know, and she tagged us on it. Remember, you were tagged on that too, Oliver.
Yes, absolutely.
And she's got the words with it too.
She needs to tag me. Dang it, tag me.
Okay, all right. Yeah. Let me see. Man, okay. All right. Spiritual Street Fighter is just talk about shotgun, man. She's got a lot out here. I'm trying to track it down. Well, wait a minute. Why I can just track it down because I reposted it. So why don't I do that? But great job, Spiritual Street Fighter. You are dropping like all kinds of bombs. Yeah, so it'll be easier for me to pull mine up. Here it is. Yeah, this is a good one. Let's check this. Let's listen to this one. And she's got the words attached to it too, so that's awesome. Here we go. Oh, no, that's not it. What did I just do? Okay. Here it is. No. Here it is. Okay.
Looking glass so hazy, the year 2025. Love almost fading, humanity to survive. Pray for the old days, times of 45 and 47. Hope the light returns, save us from this deep dark night. Save America now. Bring back the light somehow. Deep state shadows play, got us to a brighter day. Junior, where are you? Lost in the whispering winds, echoes of a better time, dreams that never end. Memories of golden times when we knew what was right. Silent prayers in the night for darkness to take flight. Save America now. Bring back the light somehow. Deep state shadows play, got us to a brighter day. Junior, where are you? Lost in the whispering winds, echoes of a better time, dreams that never end. Memories of golden times when we knew what was right. Silent prayers in the night for darkness to take flight. Save America now. Bring back the light somehow. Deep state shadows play. Deep state shadows play. Guide us to a brighter day.
Got to have that one in your arsenal, Hawk, huh? Is that a good one or what?
I just, I just got to, now I got to try and find where that was located exactly on there so that I can download it and add it to the playlist. Cause I'm trying to get them all down there in the brand. Cause those are, you think about it, to have a little playlist like that while you're opening your show, it's like, what are we going to talk about? He's talking about 45, 47. He's talking about, the storm is coming. That one there, the making world history, and then a storm is coming. Those are two different songs that are put into the same file. And it covers about 4 minutes of time.
Right.
It's a lot different than just having the basic, like this type of sound. I don't know if it's actually playing or not. Oh yeah, no, there we go. Or yours, which is the art of silence, But like when you're getting ready to sit down, that you're ready, pretty much ready to go. To play one of those as like an introductory kind of song makes people start thinking about a particular topic that you can start off talking about and say, hey, let's, listening to something produced from the Ingersoll people. Let's, let's start off with showing what Ingersoll Lockwood has done today.
I love it. I love it.
Kind of thing. It's, it's great directive.
Yeah, I'm glad you dropped those in. I'm going to use that. Thank you. So, but how about that song? Junior,
that was good.
Where are you?
Yeah,
right.
It's like you're lost in the wind kind of thing.
Yeah, how about that?
And this is the thing. David Straight personally, right?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I have a question that I would like you to ask David. Directly, face to face. If you can make that happen. Just between the two of you. Was it JFK Jr. who walked out on the top of Mount Rushmore, or was it RFK Jr. who went out onto the thing? Because I would just like a straight answer. Okay, is JFK alive?
I already got it. I already got it for you.
Yeah,
it was
a definitive yes.
According to David Straight. He's told me twice. I've checked with him twice on this. It was Junior, JFK Jr.
Okay.
That he was in the helicopter with, that landed on Mount Rushmore and let him out.
And Gene Ho was there as well. He was the presidential photographer at that time.
Yeah. We didn't talk about Ho at the time. This was back when I had this conversation with him. And, I like David, but I take it with a grain of salt. Anybody that was former intelligence I just gotta, there's an element. I mean, David he was intelligence. I believe State Department. So, I don't know. I like him. He's always been good to me. I just, um, you know, um,
The
I,
lingering, there's a lingering doubt back there, and it's like you want to push through it.
yeah, yeah.
You know what I mean? It's yeah, I totally get it. It's like listen, watching and listening Michael Jaco. Okay. Somebody who tells you that they were a CIA agent for all these years, okay, and that they were doing special operations, that they do remote viewing and all this other stuff, you know. And there's a few others that have been out there as well, you know. It's like if they tell you that they're CIA guys, they're probably not the people to be listening to because they are going to be driving a particular narrative. You know what I mean? And that's just straight out. And this is what's funny, Dave, is when I think about this, I think about Phil Godslewski. Okay, I know it's really bad to think about Phil Godslewski, but I think about his comment that he went to CIA school while in high school. That's up on a couple of his video, quite a few of his
Yeah.
podcasts. He said that he went, his parents sent him off to camp with the CIA, you know, during those summer months. So basically, Phil, what you're telling people is that, okay, I'm associated to the CIA. You probably shouldn't be listening to me.
Well, I don't need to know that, he went to CIA camp to not listen to him, but it's kind of like, it's kind of like, there's nothing that he has said that has been credible, other than the stuff that we know that we've discovered along the way, of the Great Awakening. But it is kind of silly to brag about that kind of thing when you're when you're opposed to all that.
Yeah.
And that's the thing we got to worry about with like Alex Jones and Tucker Carlson, whose family are flat out CIA.
Well,
And,
I mean,
and it took Putin.
mentioned Jones.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. And
Wasn't
Jerome
there,
Corsi, Mossad.
and okay, yeah, Corsi, yes, yeah, Jerome Corsi, the old guy with the white hair.
Yeah.
Okay. Yep.
So, but here's the thing about David. He doesn't have a reason to lie to me. He knows about a lot of stuff, and his wife was imprisoned because of the work that he is doing. But I also know people that have separated themselves from him for the reasons why we might be concerned about him. That's all. But he's always been good to me. I like him as a person. You'll notice I've never had him on. And I think that's partly because, because the jury's still out in a sense for me to, align with him. Right. So Tricia mentioned Robert David Steele. I mean, Steele was CIA, and Steele blackballed me when I was exposing Charlie Ward.
I think part of that might have been because of the fact that Charlie Ward was at that time under investigation. That might have been a reason for that blackballing, But I know Robert David Steele was involved in Marine Corps intelligence before he became associated to the CIA. Now, I can say one good thing about Robert David Steele was the novels or the evidence novels that he put out in regards to pedophiles and pedophilia in the United States, and child trafficking. he had, it was volumes and volumes. I read 2 of them. It took me almost a year to read them both, just because, I mean, it was that packed with information. But he did come out about some of the things, and you know that as soon as you start exposing the pedophiles in Washington and in corporate as well, that your life is pretty much over and done with. Get done what you can get done while you're still alive. So I, you know, before he died, those books were released, and are still available. So, you know, I'm, you know, just to say, you know, one good thing in regards to Robert David Steele, the Marine in him had to have come out in order for him to release, discuss, expose that type of information. And I know that he did testify for the world or international court in regards to it.
Well, okay. So let me address a few of those things. I was pro Robert David Steele. I was one of the like first, I think 500 in his unrig the system. But when I was sharing 30 reasons I don't trust Charlie Ward among the truth community, and Kirsten W sent it to him and CC'd me. At the time, Steele and Scott McKay were doing that nationwide tour, and they needed to raise a lot of money. I mean, they were raising like, you know, bus money, like not riding the bus, but owning.
It was, and he was getting ready to go with Patriot Street Fighter.
Exactly. And so, so, you know, he emailed us back and said, get your head out of your asses. This guy has only got 500 followers on YouTube. And he's talking about M. Seeker of Truth, who did 30 Reasons I Don't Trust Charlie Ward. And Kirsten went off on him. She said, you know, don't talk to me like that, old man. And I responded with, you know, why does it have to do anything to do with how many people are following him? You know, look at the evidence that he presented, and it's accurate. Charlie Ward's he's a fucking douchebag, and he's a piece of shit, and he's a liar, and he has lied to people about, you know, a great many things. And the first one, as you know, I caught him on, and called him out immediately, was the King thing bullshit.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Right. And that this new king, Joseph Gregory Hallett.
Yep.
And so I was done with him. And so when I was trying to have this conversation with Robert David Steele, and he totally dismissed it and said, but it was all about, they needed Charlie. He went on after we communicated. He went on the next day with Charlie and said, I know people were taking pot shots at you on the internet, Charlie, but I want you to know I got your back. We're both bald. We're both good looking guys, you know, ha, 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 ha. They're jerking each other off on screen that very next day. And he was talking about me and Kirsten, trying to get through to him that Charlie's not a good guy. And Kirsten, I kind of, she was one of the ones that, she was Charlie's angel. She was her and Vandersteel and Mel K were Charlie's angels. And that's the reason why I don't follow Ann Vandersteel, even though David Straight follows her, or was, I guess, close with her. Gregory, Timothy Holmseth and Field McConnell, I don't follow them because they push through, you know, Juan O'Savin as JFK Jr., and they, you know, Gregory Holmseth or, Timothy, Charles Holmseth, I didn't ever believe him because he said he was part of the Pentagon pedophile task force, and there's never been anything of that nature. And so all this, like this stuff, and all these people that came up through Charlie, and I said to Kirsten, she wanted to do some shows together, and I said, well, if you're still doing shows with Charlie, I can't do shows with you because, you know, and she's like, oh no, I'm done with him and this and that. And that's when I sent her the 30 reasons. And I did the same thing with David Rodriguez. And he said, you know, he was done with Charlie. So I did a couple shows with him, if you remember.
Yep.
But all this time, you know, Patriot Street Fighter, who I heard from recently after I did the exposure of Mike Gill, he wrote me a nice email. But that whole group, you know, blackballed me because I was taking down Charlie Ward, and they needed him to sell tickets for their fucking, you know.
It was the same thing with the guy with the cat, Parks.
You
know,
cat singular.
Yeah,
you mean like with the 12 cats?
Yeah,
he had cats. You got dogs,
and he was abducted by aliens and all. My brain is still in a befuddle about that.
Oh, that was Simon Parks.
Right.
And one of my mods, you know, used to be in Parks Deep, and a lot of my listeners were listening to Simon, and I kind of warned them away from him a long time ago. And so, yeah, this whole weird, like, you know, and his father and his mother were MI6 and CIA connected. Yep. Again, Simon Parks's family. You know, Charlie Ward was moving money around the country on private jets and was even called out by a woman,
red-haired girl. That red-haired girl. Yep.
Yeah.
That he was on the plane that she was being trafficked on.
Yes.
I remember that podcast, and you and I brought that up to you and said, I saw that.
And he was taking young girls to the top of the pops with Jimmy Savile.
Yep.
And this guy's what's that?
Boys too. It wasn't just girls that he brought up there. Savile was free.
So this is the guy that's leading this movement. And this is the guy, by the way, Charlie Ward has spawned Kirsten W., Mel K., Ann Vandersteel, David Rodriguez. Guess who put, you know, Derek Johnson on the map? Charlie Ward. Okay. You know, all these people, and I have, with the exception of David, because he told me he was done with Charlie, but David also, when everybody else was blackballing me, Kirsten W. stopped returning my call. Scott McKay stopped returning my emails. And we had done a couple shows that got over 100,000 views. Like, you know, this was like, we were like cruising. We were like doing some really good stuff. And then after the Charlie thing, and it got around to everybody, I was persona non grata across the board.
Even Flynn is connected with Ward.
Yeah.
You know, how many of these events that Flynn has been holding has Ward been attended and been a speaker at? You know, it's like, you know, but hey, you know, Flynn, you don't believe in Q, and Q is just a major psyop to mess people up. But you're having all the guys who talk about him at your conferences, you know. It's kind of weird to me, you know.
Derek, TJ, Derek did go viral on his own with that one video, but Charlie put him on right after that. And to Derek's, probably his defense, he didn't know. I don't think he knew who Charlie was. I don't think he knew who a lot of these guys were. And he just came up through Charlie, Rodriguez, Street Fighter after he went viral. Yeah. So, yeah. So,
I love it when we get comments like this.
Was that? Yeah. Well, I never met her in person. I think she was a woman. I think I don't think it's even worth debating or having a conversation with because God rest her soul. And but at any rate, she could have been, but
I wouldn't doubt anything with the association to the Playboy Mansion. So that's
I'll tell you this. I'll tell you this right now. She was talking about the Playboy Mansion. I know a lot of people that went to the Playboy Mansion and that weren't, associated with that kind of stuff. Like, it was the place to go if you were in Hollywood, and there were a lot of people in Hollywood that weren't tapped into that. I never went, but I was never invited either. Had I been invited, I would have fucking gone in a heartbeat just to see it, just to have that experience. But it's kind of like, it's like the Chateau Marmont or the Standard Hotel. Like there's this surface of it, right?
Mm-hmm.
That you see, you can go to the rooms, you can go. Standard Hotel had one of the best nightclubs in Hollywood. I'm forgetting the name of it right now, but it was an outdoor place. It was beautiful. It's overlooking the city up on Sunset Boulevard. I've been there many, many times, but never tapped into like the evilness of the Standard Hotel. So it's kind of like that. So there are a lot of people that went to the Playboy Mansion that weren't on the VIP list, if you will, that
they
would
didn't go behind the curtain.
Later, at night after the party was over, that kind of thing, right? There was still debauchery going on, people, but it wasn't like the stuff that we're hearing about.
Yeah.
But
there's a certain curtain you got to go behind in order to see that. You know what I mean?
But she also pushed herself forward as what's his name cast her in the movie, what was it, the Doors movie or whatever it was, the director, but she was an extra in 2 movies. And so for me, like I knew she was not a Hollywood actress. Being an extra in 2 movies is you're not even meeting the director. You're not even meeting the, you know what I mean? Like you're not in that club. Like she was claiming to be in this kind of, high-end club. Hey, talk amongst yourselves. I got to let the dude out.
Okay. Somebody was saying, send your Bitcoin wallet address in email and I will donate to it. I don't even have I wouldn't even know how to do a wallet, honestly. I know my phone has the ability to do a wallet on it, but I have no clue how to do that kind of stuff. I just I was a Marine and then I was a pot grower. I've been a carpenter, since I was a kid, but other than that, I know nothing. I'm ridiculously stupid. How you doing there, Oliver?
Hey, I just been going over Trump's posts. He's been on fire. He dropped the 55.
Has he?
Yeah, man. He dropped the 55 twice.
Okay, give me a second. True Social or on X?
On Truth. So if you go on Truth.
Okay.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep. Yeah, I can hear you. Okay, True Social.
Yeah, you go
and
to True Social.
You see, I have a hard time. I don't know what it is. I have a hard time getting around on True Social to get directly to somebody's feed.
All right, let me see if I can. Let me see if I can.
Most of the stuff that I see. Yeah, I can pull you up if you share. Oh, there he is. There he is. Okay, so Donald Trump. There you go. Okay, I see the cat one.
Can you see that? I tried sharing my screen. It didn't work.
Oh no, it's there. It's there. Here it goes. I'm
I
bringing
don't
you up
see
now.
it. Oh,
there you go.
Okay.
Yep.
All right. Check this out. Massive news. The Department of Justice just released brand new crime data showing I was absolutely and completely right at the debate. In fact, the data is even worse when we could have worse than we could have ever imagined. Compared to 2020, violent crime is up nearly 40%, rape 42, aggravated assaults 55. There's the first 55. Violent crime with the weapon 56, violent attacks 61, car theft 42. There's another 55. You see that? Violent crime 55, right? Our cities are under siege, and this does not include the migrant crime and migrant rape spree that has overtaken our cities in recent months. Kamala crime is destroying America, and gangs are taking over. So that's three right within the post itself, right?
Pull
There's
up.
also,
Pull
wait,
up post number.
did I say
Go
three?
ahead.
Hold on. That was two. There's 55 caps in this post.
Okay.
So there's
So there's
your
your three.
355s.
Yeah. Go ahead and pull up. Go ahead and pull up post number 55.
Okay, give me a second.
So you guys have to do it different than how I do it, because when I do when I share, I'm actually sharing an entire screen, so I can go from tab to tab to tab, or just click on that screen. Whatever I do on that screen comes
It
up.
didn't show up. It didn't. What I just did didn't show up.
No, we seen the True Social was still up there. Yeah. See, I'll show you what I mean. Let's see, present and go share screen, entire screen. Okay, so when I do it, okay, so I'm looking the screen that you see me looking at, sitting at, is the screen that basically let's see.
And you just go from tab
Here,
to
let me turn
tab.
off my camera, because that I know is slowing us down. Yeah, I can go from tab to tab, or I can just click on the link directly, and it'll go. So let's go to, let me pull up the Q alerts and 55, and this is just to give everybody a quick refresher. I know a lot of you already know what this is. Hashtag 55, and we'll pull that up, and we'll go 55. And it's funny that now Trump is posting on
That's right.
posting on X again.
That's
Okay.
right.
Look to Twitter, exactly this: my fellow Americans, the storm is upon us, God bless. And that's post number 55. So you found 3 55s in that one message. Never mind if the following messages that he did were also going to point to maybe what was the one that Q Patriot clearance
34.
is it 34?
Yeah.
That talks about my fellow Americans, and undoubtedly you see at this point here that we're taking America back, kind of thing. But yeah, it's with this, I can open a new tab and click, boom, pull
So
that up.
if I go to present, share screen, shouldn't it show my whole screen?
Well, it's I have two screens in front of me. So if you have a second screen hooked up to your laptop there, then that second screen is what you would be showing. So like if you played a video over on that second screen, it's going to show while you present.
Oh,
Right?
I
Everything that you
figured it
present.
out. I got it.
Yeah. Yeah.
You
So,
see it now?
No, it doesn't come up. I'm not seeing it. It's not coming. Oh, here we go. Now it's there. Yep.
Whoa, why am I seeing so many?
Well, it's click on it because right now you have the StreamYard up at the front, so it's casting into itself. Click on your next tab up
My
there at the
next
top.
tab.
Yeah, click on the next tab,
Oh, okay, I see.
and that goes away.
Okay.
So you see how you're able to show
So,
things, and
check
you
this
don't.
out. Oh,
Yeah.
but I can't. But that's the thing. I need a second screen so I can see what I'm showing you.
Right.
Okay, I
Yeah.
got you.
So yeah, so you can buy a small a small 12 by 12 inch screen, and just run it into your video port there on your laptop and use it as a second screen. But anything that you play there, the audio from that screen, even though you're not going to hear through that screen itself because computers screens don't have speakers on them, any videos that you play, the audio is going to come through, the video is going to come through, and you'll be able to bounce from tab to tab, and it gives you total control of what you want to show to people.
Got it.
Yeah, it makes a huge difference, man. Huge
Now
huge
check
difference.
this out. You brought up that drop, right?
Yeah.
Bring up 165.
165. Okay, give me a second. Let me do share screen again. Boom, boom, boom. And that screen right there, that's a picture of a engravement or somebody did this on one of those printers, one of those
3D printer.
Yeah, 3D printers. It's a little plaque that he gave me.
Nice.
He gave me a couple others too, but so let me grab a Brave tab and see, I use Brave. My StreamYard works great with Brave.
I prefer Brave, but for some reason it doesn't work with me. I have to use Chrome.
Yeah. Let's see. It's back to here.
Are you on a PC?
Yeah.
That's why.
Okay, so we want number 165. 165. Okay,
this shit 355s.
Okay, so let me make this bigger so that everybody else can see it. Okay, 165 is expand your thinking. What are patterns? How are patterns? Yeah, what are patterns? How are patterns formed and isolated? What are data sets? What is a map? Regarding Twitter, repeat, important. What action is Twitter taking effective mid-December? And if I'm not mistaken, that's when Musk fired all those people.
Yeah. He came in this. That's about right. I think he came in December.
What is the purpose of this action? Okay, well, he showed that we don't need that many people working for Twitter. That's one thing that he showed for sure. What is the possible test to understand public and government response? Well, think about it. How is the public reacting to Twitter being a free speech platform? What is the government response?
But also, that's when the purge began.
Yeah. Oh, exactly. Yeah. That's when. Yep. That was the YouTube purge. Almost every major podcaster was taken down off of YouTube and Facebook. I lost both of mine at that time, and my Twitter was already gone because I was calling out Adam Schiff and Chuck Schumer. So it was for being pedos. That didn't go over well on Twitter back then, But now I can get away with it. Now I do it all the time. All right. So, but gauging the government response since Elon took over Twitter. I mean, look at Kamala. She's like, Elon Musk has gone too far. We need to take this away from him. He needs to lose the privilege. No, it's his right. It's not a privilege. It's a right. And, based upon our Constitution, so it's a right. And she seems to think that government should be in control of Twitter. When was this announced? Okay, then we got, when did events in Saudi Arabia transpire? Those would have been 2017.
Mm-hmm.
So, and this post was put out in 2017. Okay,
Right.
so I think it was August, September, or October.
How did they know?
Well, it was the anniversary of the Las Vegas shooting. I think it was in August. If I'm
Las
not
Vegas
mistaken.
shooting. The Las Vegas shooting. It was in the summer. I don't recall the exact month.
I think it was August. I think it was just before kids were getting ready to go back to school.
But it was the year before the drops, right? That was 2016, wasn't it? Or was it 17?
It was 17.
Yeah, it was 17.
Yeah. Yep. So trying to, correlating that timeline,
Right
when did the
before the
events
drop.
in Saudi Arabia transpire? We know that everything in Saudi Arabia transpired immediately after that attempted assassination of the prince.
Right.
Right. So that would have been September, October that those events were going on. Because it was I believe it was the middle of August or the end of August when Aldine was having the concert and the guy started shooting up and they were saying that they were shooting up the concert. And it was funny, it was, the concert was just a way for them to have a blame. Why would the guy go shooting up? Because there was a concert going on outside. It wasn't quiet, kind of thing. It made him look crazy that he went nuts because of the band playing down below, kind of thing. So it was all right. Who controlled a large portion of Twitter's stock? That I've never really looked into, but
Ali.
Okay, Aloid. That's right. That's
That
okay.
was Dopey.
Who was trying to kill bin Salman?
Right. Okay. And then why is this relevant? Well, because of the fact that the narrative that was going to be pushed on Twitter, obviously, and in the news cycle, there had to be a control. I mean, they've been controlling information for so long. This is their way to do that. Expand your thinking. What is the real purpose of this action? Control the narrative. And to take down one entire side of the pyramid. There were what, four sections of the pyramid?
3.
3.
3, yeah.
So Saudi Arabia was one of them.
There are actually 8 sides to a pyramid, but it's the triangle. It's the 3 sides to the triangle.
Okay.
Which is Saudi Arabia, Rothschild, and Soros.
Right.
8 sides to a pyramid?
Yeah, it's it looks like 4, but there's actually 8. They're slightly bent, like at the middle of each 4th side.
Interesting.
Well, if we're talking about the ancient pyramids,
Right.
in Giza, yeah.
So you walked away, and I brought up the post from Donald Trump at 8:01 p.m. where he throws in a bunch of numbers, and I didn't even get to any of the numbers yet, but he used 55 twice and 42 twice, We can mirror the 42. You can't mirror the 55, obviously, but there's 55 caps in the post, and that's where I came to the 165 that Hawk was just reading. But look at the numbers in that post. You have your 40, which is your DJT, right? You have
Uh-huh.
you have 42, which correlates with the 40 right there. We serve at the pleasure of President Trump. Then you have your 40, your 55. We know what that is, and then a 56 immediately following the 55,
Wow.
and that one. I mean, we can get into that if you want, but it's all about No Name and Huma and the Brotherhood. Muslim Brotherhood. Remember that drop
Yep. Yep.
with the Media Matters and all that. And then you have, they meant, and then 61, right? 61. It's all
Wow.
this. This is a big post right here. This is a big post. 61 talks about blackouts.
Huge.
Sealed orders. Expect outages periodically. You know, and then of course, like I said, we didn't mirror anything. So you mirror that 42 and 24. Any person making statements they will not be seeking re-election was put in submission. For the betterment of the country, not all will be persecuted, and all will do as told. And I think we're witnessing that even with Kamala. And I think that's why they showed us the plane in between the two planes, like she's captured. You know what I'm saying? Did you see her face when she arrived at the 9/11 ceremony? When she walked through the gate with Joe Biden? Did you see?
No, I saw them standing in the line, but I didn't see her walking in.
When she walked in, it looked like they were being escorted by marshals, first off. But it was a weird expression that she had on her face. Almost as if she's, being escorted and not protected. You understand? Bloomberg had that same fucking look. He looked like he just shit on himself.
It was kind of strange that Goldman walked up to him and shook his hand with a big smile and everything else.
Dan Goldman?
Yeah.
He's a sick fuck. I put him up there with Adam Schiff.
Yeah. But I mean, it's like, wait a minute, this guy has been bashing Trump and saying Trump needs to be in prison and everything else. But he walked right up to Trump, all confident, shaking his hand and smiling, carrying on a conversation with him like they were best friends.
You never know. At one point, we had surmised that the good guys are bad and the bad guys are good. You never know at this point who's who. I don't like the guy, but I could see him submitting and doing what he's told, like that drop just described.
Yeah.
Most of them, I can see most of them submitting and doing what they're told. There's very few, like Cuomo. I don't think he submitted. I think Cuomo, Obama, Hillary, they all probably put up a fight. But a good majority of them, in my opinion, have submitted and are now doing what they're told.
Let me ask you a name. Let me ask you about Rudy Giuliani.
It's tough with him. I actually met him down at Ground Zero. And, I know his past. And, I remember the whole cross-dressing thing. That will always forever be etched in my mind. Like you're one of those guys. You know what I'm saying? But then, you helped take down the mob in New York City. You're very close friends with Trump. You got to take all these things into account. but you can't leave out the fact that he was a fucking cross-dresser.
Well, you also can't take out the fact that he was the mayor during 9/11.
Well, judging by what I saw, I don't think
And by the way, one of the reasons I wanted to have you on tonight too was to talk about 9/11 because you were right there.
right. So when I met Giuliani, he came up to me and tapped me on the shoulder. I had a full face mask on because I had just finished burning off a piece of steel that was on top of a firefighter. And it was a big deal. And I had no idea that they were filming the whole thing. So when I came out from the hole, he comes up to me, taps me on the back of the shoulder. I was still trying to, shake off what I had just done and maybe get some air, take the mask off, whatever. Because believe it or not, when you have the mask like that on for a long period of time, it becomes very uncomfortable. And you just want to just breathe fresh air. Of course, down there was no fresh air, but I wanted to get it off my face, And before I got a chance to do that, he tapped me on the shoulder. I turned around. He goes, "You're doing a wonderful job. You're a wonderful job, young man." And he shook my hand, and I'm like, "All right, whatever." He couldn't understand what I was saying. I didn't take my mask off. He walks away. Later on that day, he came up to me again, and they were doing a photo op, and so I was able to get some pictures with him. I know from my research, and I say that to say this, he seemed very genuine at the time. He seemed very concerned. I don't think he was part of it. I really don't. There was a clip that showed him walking. He knew the direction he needed to be going in, and they were taking him in a different direction, away from his bunker. Like he wanted to go to his bunker, and they were taking him away from that direction. All right, that was Building 7. Okay, why would he want to go to Building 7 if he knew it was coming down? I really don't think he knew what transpired there.
He didn't go to Building 7, like you said. I
No,
mean,
he didn't. He didn't.
And so, but he should have been. Like that's where he was supposed to be.
Right, and he wanted to go there. And they said, no, we have to go this way. And they sent him in a different direction. That's what I'm saying.
Until they come out with, the real evidence of all that, I'm suspect of everybody that wasn't speaking to truth on that day. And I did not hear him speak to truth on that day or any day. Like I heard Trump. Trump talked about the explosions.
Right. Yeah. Trump knew right away. The dancing Israelites. He knew right away.
Yeah.
Giuliani, I don't think he knew prior to.
No.
I think he was briefed after. And being a mayor of a city of that magnitude, and being having so many people now depending on you from all forms of from all walks of life, I should say, because people, the whole world was watching, and you're now in charge of this. But it was really Pataki who came in after, and I believe he did know. Pataki, I believe he did know what was going on. As you know, governors have a lot more power than mayors do.
But the mayor of New York is a pretty big, what I mean? Like it's like the mayor of Los Angeles. Like Los Angeles County and New York City have more people than 230 nations. Something like that. Like I'm don't quote me on that.
Yeah,
but
no,
what I mean?
No doubt. No doubt. It's a very prominent position. One of the most prominent positions in the whole country. You still have to answer to your governor.
Right.
and New York is, it's where they all are. Yeah, it's the home of the elites. New
I think
York.
I think they had to make it happen fast. Okay, because with Rumsfeld coming out the day before about the $2.3 trillion missing out of the Pentagon, and the fact that the reserves were held
Nassar Jassara too.
and the
Enrolled.
basement of 7 was filled with the gold. That this would have been, this had to be rushed. It was something that was above what a mayor would be. Now, would the governor be involved? More than likely, I would lean more towards the governor knowing before Giuliani would have known. And the briefing wise, it's I totally get why he was as shocked looking as he was when he went walking down there. I remember him walking down there on TV. So I totally get where you're coming from on that, Oliver. As to that, I don't think he knew either.
I think afterwards they pretty much put a thumb on him, and controlled him from there on. And still to this day, he may be under an NDA. As far as what happened there that
Well,
day.
Yeah. And if we're saving Israel for last,
Right.
guess what? 9/11 pops up.
Right. Oh yeah, 100%. But
Right.
the goal, by the way, the goal. I was there when they came with the convoy of armored trucks. The goal was in the basement or in the lower floors of the World Trade Center. There were two banks there. It was the Comex Bank and the Scotia Bank that held tons of gold. The customs, the seven World Trade. They had a U.S. Customs Office. They had the CIA, FBI, Secret Service, a couple of banking firms. I think I want to say Goldman Sachs. Very, very prominent departments within our government and major banks were in that building. But the goal was in the World Trade. They moved us off site when the trucks came. Like we all had to stand down for these trucks to come in and do what they had to do. It took like a good part of the day for them to do that. But I remember that very vividly when it happened. And that to me was also part of it. They knew that was there. Except the Enron case. All the files from the Enron case were in 7 World Trade. The fact that they created the Patriot Act, and we talked about this the other day in a space where I mentioned that if they disclose the truth behind 9/11, then the Patriot Act goes bye-bye.
Yep.
Because that was created under false pretenses.
Yeah.
There were no weapons of mass destruction. It was always an inside job. So, that changes everything. Because now you're going back at this point 23 years. You have to, undo so much that was done from the Patriot Act, because there's a lot of other laws and bylaws that stem out from
Right.
the Patriot Act.
And also the Nassar Jassara had been signed by Clinton, and that was supposed to take effect that morning.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm. And who was in charge of the security for that? Marvin Bush.
Yeah.
John O'Neill, I believe his name was the head security for the World Trade. He left his position at the FBI to go work at the World Trade after the bombing. Remember the first bombing in the World Trade?
Oh
Yeah.
yeah.
Right. So he was an ex FBI agent who was now head of security at the World Trade, who had daily fire drills and daily routines as far as security for the building. This guy was no joke, top notch. And they forced him to take vacation during that time when they came to install the bombs and the fuses. They forced him to take vacation. Okay, remember the section of the buildings that was lit up?
Yeah.
What did it say? It said E team, and then the other one said, I forget what it, B team. Was it B team? B team and something else. Those were the Israeli artists, quote unquote,
Yeah.
who came in and installed all of the the hardware, and they did it in the basement as well, which is why when we were pulling out all those columns and they were still melting, it's because the nanothermite was in the basement. They blew it up from the basement as well. If you look at the old pictures from that day, you could probably still find a lot of them. You see the wall, the outer shell of the building leaning outward as if it was blown out.
Right.
And I saw this with my own eyes. And I remember saying to the guys that I was there with, holy shit, look at this wall. It was a curtain wall, huge, like one whole side of the building that was just leaning because it got blown from the basement up and out. You understand?
Yeah.
And the force was so much so that even the building coming down on itself did not knock that down. Think about that. You got a whole 110 floors of a building coming down in its own footprint, but at the base of the building, the curtain walls remained. How's that possible?
Look at this. This is what you're talking about here.
Yep.
Right. You see that picture, right? Yes. And I have a lot of pictures of that. Well, this is a fraction of what was there. There was a whole side of the Tower 1, a whole side of Tower 1 was still up. We had to, bring it all down. I remember going up in they had a man basket hooked up to a rig. We brought in a crane. We refer to it as a rig. They brought in a crane from Australia, I want to say. And the capacity was like something like 1,100, 1,200 tons. Just a massive crane. And they put us up in a basket. My partner and I were the first ones to go up in the basket, and we found the staircase in the first tower, staircase A. Yeah, look at see, you see that wall there?
Mm-hmm.
That's the north part of Tower 1. The south side of that, the whole wall was still up. So I want to say that's Chambers Street right there. Don't quote me on that. But that's the northeast corner of Tower 1. And so in the southern part of that, on the south side, you had the whole side of the building still up. And it might have been Tower 2. Excuse me. I think it was Tower 2. The whole southwest side of Tower, the west side of Tower 2 was still in place. And did you know that the walkway that connected Tower 2 to, it went over 12th Street, connected to the financial center, was fully intact? Only the glass got blown out. So
Really?
people could have gone in there and survived. They could have gone on that overpass and survived. The north
What floor was that on?
that was over the street. It was
Right.
outside.
Like, was it like third floor or?
No. It went from one side of the street to the other side of the street. It didn't connect to the buildings itself. It connected to the complex there.
Okay.
Site.
Yeah, I
What
didn't
I'm
think
saying
the
is-
buildings were connected above
No, it
ground.
didn't connect. It didn't
Yeah.
connect. It was a staircase that went down, I believe you could access the bottom portion of the towers from there, but not it didn't connect to the inside of the buildings. No. Then they had uh, another walkway overpass over West Street that was completely demolished, and that's where when we went there to clean up, that was the first part of the job site that we started removing the steel from, and that bridge was on top of a fire truck. You could see the fire. I have all the pictures still. Um, yeah, that brings up a lot of memories right there. So you're looking at Tower One. The walkway that I'm talking about is to the left of where these firefighters are. That might even be a fire truck right there, flattened. You see the red?
Yeah. Yeah.
So when we pulled up that overpass, there was a fire truck. You could see it before we did anything. You could see the truck. It was flattened under there. When we pulled everything up, we pulled the truck up. There were bodies under the truck. They ran under the truck to thinking they'd be safe, and they were crushed under the truck.
Wow.
Yeah. Just behind that walkway, as we started clearing ground, there was a massive hole. I remember there was a huge steel plate, and after we cut it loose from the column and removed it, that was the beginning of the hole, right? We referred it to.
This is the walkway, I think, right?
That's what I'm thinking.
Right
Just
here.
well,
Right
yeah,
here.
yeah. That's the one that's still standing, obviously,
Yeah.
right? So there's the financial center on one side and World Trade on the other. But the picture that you showed prior to this one, that's where the other walkway, the overpass, was. Um, yeah, it was pretty wild. When we found the staircase, we signaled to the operator to touch us down, and we got out of the basket and we started cleaning debris out of the way. And I found an arm, and it was it was like a dress shirt, white sleeve, and pretty big guy. So I'm like, all right, it seemed like it was still intact. It wasn't just an arm. It seemed like it was attached to the body still. So my partner and I kept on, and technically we're supposed to call the firemen when we find a fireman, but at this point we didn't know it was a fireman. So we kept removing debris, and then we realized it was a captain from the fire department. And that's when we put the call in. They came up. It was the rescue squad, the fireman rescue squad that came up. Badass guys. They're like the Navy SEALs of the fire department. And they discovered that that captain and his whole crew on that staircase. He was at the top, as if he was telling his men, "Go, go, go!" As the building started coming down, and they just got caught in it. Um, yeah,
Man. Brutal. Brutal.
yeah, a lot of stuff. When I was asked to cut the plate away from the firemen so they can retrieve the body. And when I assessed the situation, I told the guys, I'm like, listen, you gotta understand, there's no way I can avoid burning him. I'm not going to be able to remove the plate without burning his body. Like, I'm literally going to be burning his body the whole time. And they said, we understand, but we have to get him out of there. And yeah, I cut a plate. It was probably about 2 to 3 inches thick, maybe 4 by 5, 4 feet by 5 feet. And those plates, they attached. You see the columns right there?
Yep. This is a better
That's
picture.
That's the wall. That's the rig. That's the crane that we
Uh-huh.
set up. Yep. That's a
Wow.
1,200-ton crane right there. You see the wall all the way to the right? That wall.
This
That
one here.
wall. Yep. Yep. And you see how, all right, there's a space in between, but you see how it's like one whole wall and then a space and another whole wall. So maybe by that point that section had already been taken down. So where the crane is to the north of that, that's Tower 1, and then Tower 2 is to the right there. So explain that. Explain how those walls are still standing.
Right.
Doesn't make sense unless
make
there was unless there was a force from the basement coming up and pushing debris away at the same time as debris was coming down.
Right.
And we saw it. We saw columns split open. We saw columns cut, like pre-cut. Twisted metal, like shit you wouldn't ever imagine. But yeah, that's our crane right there. Massive crane. That crane was so big we could walk under it. So it had tracks. Imagine like a tank, right?
Yeah. Uh-huh.
And then, for breaks, we would go under the crane to hang out, especially on sunny days, because, it was weird. It was hot during that time. I know it was the end, September 11, and then it went into October, but it was hot. I remember it being hot that time of year, and it was weird that it was so hot. Aside from the steel being hot, the weather was hot.
Right.
Yeah.
This is here's the crane.
Yeah, that's our crane right there. Look at it. You see the wall right there, still standing.
What so what do you go through?
Real quick, I'm sorry, Dave.
Yeah,
you see the columns, and then you see what looks like windows in between. Those are the steel plates attaching each column to the next column. That is what I had to cut off of him. Those plates.
What plates?
Look, go up. In between each column, you see the plates?
Oh, yeah. Right here. They go horizontal?
Yep.
Wow.
Those are they're like 2 to 3 inches thick. I said 4 by 5, 4 feet by 5 feet. They were massive plates. And one of them was laying on top of his body, and I had to cut it off to get the body out.
So when 9/11 rolls around every year, what do you go through?
Memories, mostly, mostly bad. At first, we were on a mission, and we thought we would find people alive, and it was kind of an adrenaline rush, just having that notion that you were going to find somebody. And when we realized that we weren't going to find anybody, it was a very
when did you?
I don't know the word I'm looking for. I'm not going to say it's stressful.
Sobering?
Huh?
Sobering?
Yeah. Yeah, you knew you had to go back. You had to keep going back because you had a job to do. But you're just finding body parts. You're not finding anyone alive.
Yeah.
And we were the first ones in because we had to remove the steel. So we were the ones finding the body parts.
Yeah.
We went to the top of the across the street in the financial center. There was a domed skylight. It was all glass, huge glass dome. And when we got to there, because in front of that it was a pile. Look at the wall. See, huge wall. That's from the other side. So across the street from there, you're looking at the financial center. Behind that wall,
right,
is financial center.
And it's angled out, like it's pushed out.
Yeah, pushed out. I'm telling you, that was
the lobby. The tall ones here at the bottom. That was the lobby, right?
It was blown up and out.
Yeah.
Yes, that's the lobby there. Yep. And across the street behind there is where Merrill Lynch had their offices. The financial center behind there.
No. Now, I want to get back to like what you were going through at the time when, but when did you come across beams that were just cut
Yeah,
in half, like with the supposedly the nanothermite?
yeah. We saw pre-cut columns, um, and we're saying to us, not only like how the fuck is this possible? It had to have been someone else who was there before us, which is impossible. But
Right.
at one point, we had to abandon the wrecking torches because the steel was so thick. The base of a building is always the heaviest steel, right? The foundation
Mm-hmm.
is always the heaviest steel, the thickest and heaviest steel. So there's the World Financial Center. You see the buildings with the domes
Yeah.
on them there, right on the water? That whole area there is considered the financial center.
Right.
So you had the World Trade Center, and then you had the World Financial Center across the street, where you had J.P. Morgan, Merrill Lynch, all those companies there. Then you had the beautiful marina. You see that?
Yeah.
Yeah. We used to take walks there just to get away from it all. Um, uh, but yeah, it's tough. My friend lost his wife. Good friend of mine lost his wife. Yeah, that's what kind of kept me going, hoping that I would find her. They just kept finding DNA. Yeah,
Jeez.
we had we had three that I know of, three ceremonies, three burials, three funerals we had for her. Um, and then Red Cross was there, National Geographic. It became like a spectacle. You know, like a publicity thing. National Geographic was doing specials on whoever they could talk to. They had set up a shop for me to make crosses. I started making crosses and replicas of the World Trade using the actual steel from the buildings. I actually did a replica of the building that's at the Fireman's Museum on Spring Street. You can go there now and see it. It's still on display.
How big is it?
It's about 3 feet tall, nice big piece, and you know I honored FDNY and NYPD. Um,
Nice.
Pictures. I think if in my other account, I, I have all the pictures posted. I'm pretty sure. I don't think I have any on this one. Maybe one or two. But my other, my backup account, I believe all my pictures are on there. Yeah. I mean, we've all seen the videos, right? Of all the, the, the explosions every 10 floors,
Yep. Yep.
right?
Yeah.
You've seen the firemen talking about it. People coming out of the building talking about it. I'm talking about the day of, when everybody saw and heard everything and they were giving their description of what they saw and heard. Everyone was saying they heard the explosions. Everyone.
Yeah.
There were explosions in the basement. And you could hear it from the lobby. You could feel it. My sister worked across the street. She felt the explosions. And you know what they told her after the first one? They said, remain calm. There's no need to worry about anything. Everybody just stay put. They didn't want them to leave. After the second plane, quote unquote, hit, my sister ran. She got out of there. And she worked up on a high floor. My other sister's son went to school nearby. And so she was concerned with him and my younger sister because she worked in Manhattan, but a little further north. Miraculously, they met up after the buildings came down. My older sister got caught up in all of that. She got caught up in the cloud. It came down on her. She was there.
Wow.
She was traumatized. She's still traumatized behind that. But they found each other and they walked home from there. My younger sister was able to get her son, and everyone walked. Everything was shut down. Everyone walked from there. I remember that cell phone service was cut off.
Yeah.
I couldn't reach anybody. Nobody could reach me. It was pretty crazy.
Wow. I had a dream of buildings coming down before that night. That it was weird. I was in LA and I got called. Somebody called me and I picked up the phone, woke me up, and it turned out to be it just something happened, like there was a disconnect. So I went back to sleep. I was barely even awake, and I recollected this dream that I was having where I was told to there was a bomb threat, and so I was directed over towards a tall building, and I went over and parked beside the tall building, and a guy came over and said, "No, you can't stay here. It's not safe here because the building might come down." And then the phone rang again, and it was my buddies saying they did it. They bombed the World Trade Center. And I was like, recollected that dream, and I was like, okay, that's wild. That's never happened to me before like that.
That happens to seers and watchers. They're given visions. You just don't know half the time what it is, you know?
Yeah. I've had a few since, but that was the first time that it ever happened. Wow. I should probably look into that. So, yeah, I mean, yeah, it's just it's such a shitty thing. I knew a couple guys that died, and it was just, fuck. I quit my job after that, and I was going to make a documentary. I'd been doing movies, and I was going to do a documentary called Triumph Over Tragedy about 9/11 and overcoming it. And I reached out to a producer, and she said, "Well, you might want to see this piece that was done by Stephen Kaufman, and he had done a movie after the 2000 and what was it, the 1991 bombing, the one you mentioned,
right?"
And and he did and so he started researching who was behind that, and he did a movie called Jihad in America. And I got the distribution rights to that, and we tried to distribute it, and nobody would buy it.
Wow.
Nobody would buy it.
Wow.
It was talked about. It showed like these people waving guns in this room, like this rally, this big room, and they're waving like AK-47s around and dancing and you think like this is somewhere in the Middle East. It was Kansas City, Missouri. And he talked about all the jihadists, all the mosques and the jihadist enclaves in New York City that the guy was from that did the 1991 bombing.
Right.
And a lot of these, and he was showing back then that there was extreme Islam in the United States. And little did we know that it really wasn't, Islam that did this, right?
Mm-hmm.
It was to get us to fight in the Middle East and take out some of these enclaves in the Middle East that were a threat to Israel. It was the one of the greatest false flags ever in history.
The greatest.
Yeah.
That and fucking COVID.
I was just going to say the reason I didn't call it the greatest is because of COVID.
So I found some pictures. I'm screenshotting them so I can send them to you and you could put it up.
Awesome.
And then I'll describe them as you put them up.
Oh, by the way, I wanted to show you this. the 8-sided pyramid.
Pyramid.
Yeah, see the lines down the middle.
I'm not looking right now. I'm on my
Oh,
page
okay.
trying to get these
Well,
pictures.
basically, each side is concave. Just
Oh, you know what?
right.
Not now that you mention that, I do recall that. I recall seeing a photo. Yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah,
Right.
yeah. Pretty wild.
Yeah, it's pretty wild. So, and it's so subtle too. Like
Mhm.
the longest time, people just thought it was 4 sides.
Wow. Interesting.
Right.
There's a great picture right there.
Yeah. Right. So, are you sending them to me in the private chat?
I sent
Or-
one to your DM so far. No, because I'm picking them up off of Brave.
Oh, okay.
So yeah, I'm in my other account now. There's a couple that I have from the man. I'm in the man basket, taking the picture down onto
Well,
the
here's you with Rudy.
side. Yeah. 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 Let me send these other ones. All right. So let me go to
Get 2,800 beautiful patriots in the Sned shed here. Welcome everybody, and we're talking about 9/11 with Sir Oliver Pollock, who was a first responder to Ground Zero as an iron worker, to clear debris, right, and find bodies, find people. Was the initial. How many days or hours did you before you realized there's no way that anybody's living through this?
couple of days passed because we weren't able to get to the basement right away, and we thought that maybe there were people down in the basement,
Okay.
and on the onset, I'm thinking nobody survived this, but as we got closer to the actual site, the footprint of the buildings, we started thinking that maybe there were people, because it was 7 stories below the surface, and then
Right.
you had the trains, so we thought there had to be people alive down there, but those people made it out. We found a lot of dead people. Most of them made it out, the people that were down there. They did find, yeah, that's the smoking gun right there. They
Building
did find
7.
some people alive early on, very early on. I want to say maybe the second day they found some people alive, but that was it. And that was on a different, on the opposite side of where we were. Where we didn't find anybody. We didn't find anybody. Let me send you these pictures. Okay, this pictures of the antenna. We found the antenna or a portion of it.
And by the way, how about George Bush in 1990 on 9/11 gives his New World Order speech?
That's right. That's right.
Okay, so now tell us what this is. The antenna that
That's
was
a
on top.
portion of that. Yep, that's a portion of the antenna.
Holy shit!
Yep.
And that was the first thing to kind of drop.
It imploded into the building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And any kind of like if let's say this antenna was not connected to the building, right? and you just went up and a bunch of guys pushed it, you could probably push it over, right? Like if it wasn't connected, because it's what,
No,
like,
no, that thing is massive. You can't just
yeah,
push that
yeah.
over.
But what I mean is that if the building started collapsing, why wouldn't it fall sideways unless it was
Imploded.
intentionally imploded
Right.
right from the inside? That's all I'm saying, is not that guys could push it over, but
Yep.
that a natural occurrence of a building that's collapsing from whatever
Right.
isn't going to be going straight down in like you're pushing a needle into a pin cushion.
Right. Exactly.
Man, we've been lied to about fucking everything, man. Oh boy, what do we got here? Holy cow. Okay. This is wow, this is just from debris falling and hitting another building.
So you're looking at the Merrill Lynch building across the street. That's that column. Well, I didn't talk about it on your show. I talked about it last night on Maze's Space. That's the set of columns that spearheaded into that building, and literally you see it. You see
Yeah.
what happened.
Column sticking out.
It wedged into the building. You can only that's only possible with
With an explosion.
right with the force. It needs a certain type of force behind to in order for it to be thrown hundreds of feet away from the building. You understand?
Yeah.
In a
that.
controlled demolition, a building comes straight down.
Right.
But in this case, the nanothermite was used, and it has a sort of nuclear power behind it. And this is why you saw when the building was coming down, you literally saw columns being thrown in the air like they were toothpicks. And that was one of them. That's a set of columns. That's not just one column.
Right. Yeah, it's a set with like that plate that you were talking about connecting.
Yep. So we got sent up there. This is how I know. And let me tell you, if you ever seen a movie, I'm sure you have, and I'm sure many of you have, where they show a meeting of, like heads of a company, and they're in a huge conference room with a huge table, right? This building is probably where they filmed those fucking movies. We got to like the 24th floor, and it was a huge atrium. It took up maybe 3 or 4 floors, and a huge set of staircase on either side that led up to these conference rooms. Huge mahogany tables. The corner offices was this kind of stuff you see in movies.
Right.
I was blown away by what was in that building. So we get there. Our job was to secure that set of columns to that building. We had to weld it. We had to weld not just the columns, everything around. So we started ripping down the walls from inside. And it's not like regular sheetrock. It was like kind of like metallic in some sense. And we started ripping the walls on, looking for damage, to the structure of the building, in case we had to weld to support beyond where the columns are right there. And so we did. We had to do some welding around that area there.
On this building here.
What you're looking at right there,
Wow.
we were on the inside of that building, and we were welding around that column to reinforce the building itself. And then we welded that set of columns to the building. Then if you look up, you can see there's a setback there.
There's two. Here's one here, right? And then there's one here.
Right. So if you look up at the corner of that building there, that's a setback. That's a roof. So we
right here. Yeah.
Right. We set up a derrick crane there, a smaller crane, that we can attach cables to and wrap around these sets of columns. So when we cut it loose, we can lower it down. But we had to first secure the columns to the building. That was pretty wild. That was trippy.
Wow.
Yeah, that was that. Beneath this was the glass dome building that I was telling you about.
This is what we're talking about here,
Right.
right?
Look at the glass. Look at the glass building at the foot of that building.
Yeah, here.
Right there. Yep. Yep. On the roof of that building was all body parts. It was all body parts. That's the building. Yeah, you can see it right there.
This, right here. Yeah.
Yep.
We're looking at this. That's a different angle. Okay. Yep. And the setback you're talking about are these, like
right there. That's where we set up the crane. We set up the crane right there on that corner. And folks, these are my photos. You're not gonna find these photos anywhere else. They're my personal photos.
Yeah. Wow. And so give us an idea, how much does this double beam weigh for that to have gone like, across the street, like you said, what, maybe 200 feet?
Mm-hmm.
So how much does that weigh?
That set of columns there probably 20 ton.
Really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, those are massive columns. They were 3 stories, those sets of columns.
Wow.
They were 3. That's how they built that building. The sets of columns were 3 stories each. 3 columns, 3 stories high, connected by those plates. Yeah, they're massive columns, and some of them are box columns where they're solid, or they're very thick, 4 or 6 inches thick. Yeah. So this is taken from the man basket. I'm up in the basket. You can see that the yellowish orange rung to the right there. Yeah. I'm in the basket looking down, taking this picture. That was the first time we had gone up, and I was able to see it from the from a bird's eye view. It was incredible. It was a war zone.
What was going through your mind, dude?
I was bugging out. I was like, what the fuck? It was, look at that. See, that's a box column. You see that one column in the middle? That's a solid column. And that was in the interior. Yeah.
So did those surround the elevators?
Right. Exactly.
Okay.
Exactly.
And in the 9/11, the NIST basically said that they pancaked down around these columns, but the problem with that is the columns would have still been there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, look at that.
Wow. Mm-hmm. And that's solid. Are these steel beams? Is that concrete inside the steel beam?
No, that's just debris that landed on top of it that makes it look like that. That's all. That's all steel.
Solid steel.
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
Mm-hmm. That was my badge. You had to have that badge in order to go onto the site.
Wow. Do you still have that?
I do.
Wow, man. This is trippy.
That's me there hooking onto a piece. And that's the cross.
Oh, that's you up there?
Yeah, me and my partner. And that's the cross. You see that cross there? That's the cross that they took down and they set up on the pier on the west side. And we would pray, every day as we come in.
Wow.
They had a big mass there where they brought the priests out and prayed over the site.
There's that crane. Is that the crane that you were up?
No, that's another crane. That's a different crane. That's on the south side. See the cables coming down?
Yeah, that's from
your crane. Block. Yeah, that's the block from that crane. Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. Look at the size of the block. Look at me and look at the block. Yeah, the cables were massive cables. They were probably 2-inch in diameter. Those cables there.
Yeah.
We didn't know what we were pulling. Every time we wrapped a set of, a bundle of steel, I should say, we didn't know what was coming out. We didn't know the weight. It's not
Or
like
what
it's not like when you're
Right.
building a building, we know the exact weight. So we
Right.
know what chokers to use. We know what crane, the capacity of the crane. We knew everything. In this case, you don't know what you're pulling out of that. So we went overkill with the crane, with the cables,
Wow.
the shackles, everything was overkill pretty much. I have more, but that's all I found right now. I have a whole stack of pictures from down there. We met all the Yankees. They were playing Oakland at the time. Johnny Damon was with the Oakland A's. I met him. We met all the Giants and Jets. Everyone came through there. And we were there. So they all shook our hands, and I wasn't there for that, but met a lot of people.
Yeah, I bookmarked a bunch of stuff. Around 9/11, and it was Silverstein, this dude, like he's just sitting there and he films himself just basically researching 9/11. And
all of the Twin Towers, all of the from back in the day where they depict the towers being destroyed. Yeah.
Sesame Street, 1963, Marvel, Simpsons, the Illuminati cards, planes going into the buildings. So many predictive programmings around this. And I couldn't believe it when I realized all these predictive programmings. It was like,
Some estimates we cannot track $2.3 trillion.
Yeah. If Trump does what he says he's going to do, we'll have all the money we need as a country.
Did you see? Yeah, exactly.
Did you see all the steel over
this?
to China? Not all of it.
Okay.
Have you ever seen the other 9/11 memorials?
I want to take your thoughts on this.
I've been to the main ones on Ground Zero.
There's 9/11 memorials all over the country.
We have
This might be a JT exclusive, guys. I don't think anybody's ever put this together in a video except for your boy over here. Let's check this out. All right. First of all, I'll just set it up right there. You see what you're looking at right there. That's a steel beam from the World Trade Centers stuck through a globe, and this is over at NORAD. But now I'm going to just kind of show you a little montage of all these things all around the country.
What is that? Why would you even?
Of course, I had to put the spooky music in. Sorry, guys.
Right? That's one of all these beams.
This one, I mean, I want to say it looks like a cigarette butt or a cigar. There's another beam. So this is all around the United States. Is beams from the World Trade Centers displayed in some kind of grotesque fashion where they're all just bent up, rusted, destroyed looking. Tell me that honors somebody. I don't think that it does. I mean, like, is anybody else in the chat? What do you guys think? Do you guys think this looks?
That's weird. Look at this. What the fuck?
This is.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen these, Jeremy?
I have not.
So these things are all over the country. Look, I mean, they're literally just beams that are just destroyed, and they're just. I mean, like, look at that. So is that supposed to be some honor, some victim in 9/11?
Look at that.
These are all over the country. Look at that.
That's a big. That was at the base.
There's a tuning fork.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, so look at that. On a pentagram.
Lobby.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Like, you know what I'm saying? Like these are all over the place. I mean, like, what?
Yeah.
Have you ever seen those? See those beams like this?
I've never
This last
seen
one's
the,
pretty
all
crazy
these.
looking.
Yeah, they got one in Portland.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, yeah. So like, you see what I'm saying? Like, what is that? Does that honor anyone?
I think the only thing it does is honor the evil of their ritual by
Yeah, that's what
continually
I'm-
tricking
Yeah.
an unsuspecting and naive public to pay homage to something they don't even understand.
Like when I look at that, it's funny. For one, it looks like, you know, it's what is it, a Pentagon? What I see right there, to me, it looks like somebody put a cigar out in an ashtray. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
Coffin.
So like when you see
Yeah,
that,
right?
I mean, look how awkwardly it's put in there. It's like it looks like trash. It is trash. It's this
Yeah.
burn up steel, and it's displayed like, to me, it reminds me of like, you hear stories about Braveheart, where they say like when William Wallace was killed, they drew and quartered him, and they took different parts of him and they took them across the empire of England or whatever.
Yeah.
They're scattered.
That's what I'm
And
thinking.
that's what this looks like. This is
Yeah.
the victor destroyed this monument, and then they displayed all the wreckage all around the country.
Yeah.
This does not honor anyone.
I think
Like
that to me looks like they each got a piece. You know, everyone involved.
Right?
You know, they each got their piece, as you know, to commemorate what they did.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's that memory too. And it's like, remember what was going down when they were building a mosque just down the street, a brand new mosque, before they even rebuilt the World Trade Centers.
Yep.
And they were doing it on a building, on a site where one of those beams was launched to, like what you were showing us going into that Merrill Lynch building, right?
Yeah.
And
that was a fucking travesty.
yeah, but that's just weird seeing all those around there. Check this dude out.
In the Zohar Kadosh, you will find there an extraordinary information. There will be two big buildings in the land of Edom, which today we relate the word Edom to America. And those are the biggest, the tallest buildings in the world. And they will be brought down completely. And that will be the sign of the beginning of tremendous wars that will end only in the coming of the Mashiach. 1 week before, one of the great rabbis in Israel, a Hasidic rabbi, he came with some people, some of his disciples in the car, and they were coming towards the evening. He didn't want to lose the time of Mincha, so the prayer of the afternoon. He said, please, can you stop right here? I want to daven, I want to pray Mincha here. They prayed Mincha with Minyan in front of everybody passing in Manhattan. Where? Right there, near the World Center. After he finished the davening, the prayer, he said, say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more. Say bye-bye to those buildings because you are not going to see them no more.
Yeah. They were definitely behind it, 100%.
Yeah.
All right, guys, I got to go to bed.
Hey, thanks for hanging with us, man. I know you did a long show today, so I appreciate you coming in and helping with stuff.
Absolutely. Absolutely. You guys have a great night.
You too, brother.
You guys in chat have a great night. We'll see you tomorrow.
All right. Good night, man.
Peace.
All right. Hawk Marsden, everybody. Yeah. Wow, brother. And I want to not get us going too long here either, but what's your biggest frustration? And were you awake during that?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%.
Okay.
I was awake in '92. Bill Cooper. I still have my first copy, well, my only copy, but it's an original from 1992. Behold the Pale Horse.
Yeah.
And so yeah, I was definitely awake. I was I was the conspiracy theorist on that job site, you know. And I've overheard FBI agents saying things that they shouldn't have said. Um, we were removed uh, from uh, the area of Seven World Trade before it came down. You know, they cleared the whole area because at that point, a lot of us were trying to get down there, you know, to help out with the cleanup and everything. And you know, there was two FBI agents that said, "No, you guys got to move it. They're bringing this building down." You know, at the time, I thought nothing of it, but now, you know, knowing what I know, and it, you know, it didn't take too long after that to find out everything that we now know. You know what I mean? Um, you had Fahrenheit. You had, you know, a lot of documentaries came out early on. People were sharing videos, testimonies. You know, couple that together with you know, Rumsfeld and Cheney and Silverstein, all the stuff they said and did. It was clear. It was clear to see that the people who took off that day, right? They were all Jewish, pretty much.
Yeah. Yeah.
You know, the dancing
Thousands,
Israelis.
thousands.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
And they
They asked them-
communicated through Hawk and I went over this years ago. They communicated, you know, through a Jewish app.
right.
I forget the name of it now. iGogo or something like that. Or
Yeah.
hey, by the way, T Johnson says timestamp on Trump's last Truth Social post is 21:39:33. I did a mirror of minutes and seconds 33:93. Do we have the gold? Gold
Nice.
will destroy Fed.
Nice.
Yeah, nice job there, T.
That's nice. I like that.
And yeah, yeah. NS Land says, Oliver, thank you for sharing your photos and your experiences of 9/11. You're the first person I've heard give so much real, truthful information of the actual ground zero cleanup. My heart aches for you.
Thank you for that.
Yeah. Mine does as well, man.
Thank you. It was tough. You know, there were times where I didn't go home. You know, I'm working. Before long, I'm there. I'm there 16 hours, and I didn't even know it. And guys would come up to me, you know, mainly, you know, my foreman and the super walking boss, and they'd say, "Hey, take a break." You know, I'm like, "Nah, I'm good." You know, I would put in 16, 18 hours. I'd go to the bar, believe it or not, and then go back to work. So I was working double shifts.
Wow.
And I didn't care, you know. Um, my wife at the time, we had two young children, and it was very tough on her. Uh, the kids were too young to remember anything. Our children were too young to remember anything. But I just felt at that time that, you know, I needed to be there, like as much as I could. And then eventually they set up, um, I want to say it was a Hilton or a Hyatt. Might have been a Hyatt, just a block away from there. And they brought in a bunch of brand new recliners, TV sets, and PlayStations, like video games, literal fucking whole consoles.
Really?
Yeah, I kid you not. And they always had like coffee stations set up with bagels and shit like that, pastries, whatever. And every time I went there, because I needed a break, I wanted to take my shoes off, and I heard that there were recliners. And like, oh, great. I can go, you know, kick my feet up for like 10, 15 minutes, whatever. Every time I went there, there were cops in those fucking chairs. And these motherfuckers weren't doing a damn thing.
Oh, man.
And they got all the accolades.
Yeah, right.
Okay. The firemen, I didn't care because I knew the firemen. And even then, I knew that a lot of the firemen weren't really doing anything, but there was a set of firemen, or rather certain groups of firemen, that were there with us on their hands and knees digging through the rubble for their guys, and that was the emergency rescue unit of the fire department. These guys were badass. They did not take breaks. They didn't want to take breaks. They wanted to find their men. And meanwhile, you have people who didn't do shit. They're on the clock and they're fucking lounging in these lounge chairs playing video games. Yeah, I swear that it ate me up. Every time I went there and I saw that, it made my stomach turn, you know?
Did you ever say anything?
I wanted to, but I didn't. I didn't. I bit my tongue and I went back to work. You know, I mean, and there were hundreds of them. I'm talking about like a whole floor of a hotel just set up for us to take a break and relax. And they were always there, chilling. Instead of being outside where we were, you know, getting dirty, they're hanging out inside the fucking building, playing games. I don't play games. I never really played video games like that. But these guys, forget about it. Then there was a warehouse set up on the west side on one of the piers. I forget the number of the pier, but this is where they eventually set up shop for donations, because so many donations were coming in. They needed a huge warehouse for everything that was being sent there: gloves, you know, boots, jackets, pants, you know, stuff like that we could swap out. Because like me, I never had blisters on my feet ever in my life until I worked there. There was like a 2-day period where it rained on end, and my feet were soaked. And then finally, you know, somebody told me about this place. They were like, "Yeah, just go over there. They'll give you a new pair of boots, socks, whatever you need." I said, "All right, I need boots. My boots are fucking soaked." I go there, and it was National Guard protecting it, and the guy was like, "No, only policemen and firemen." And I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?" That now I really wanted to go at this dude, you know? And he's like, "Yeah, it's just policeman fire." So now, fuck that. You know, I'm not leaving here until you give me a pair of boots. Turned into a huge commotion. Finally, his supervisor came out, or his higher up, whatever. And by then, more of my guys had showed up. You know, so now, you know, it's a scene, you know? And they were like, "Yeah, these guys, his commander, whatever you want to call it, I don't know what rank he was. He told me, he says, no, these guys, you know, they're iron workers, they work in the site, you give them whatever they need." But I had to fight for a fucking pair of boots, and I needed them. But I didn't go back after that. I never went back, not even for a pair of gloves. You know, I just brought my own shit from that point on. Red Cross had trailers set up. I mentioned National Geographic; they were there all the time. You had all the news outlets, of course; they were all there. But I was there to do a job. You know, I didn't care about being interviewed or none of that shit. I was there to do a job.
I know, right? By the way, Navy vet said, "Behold a Pale Horse" is the second most popular book in federal prisons, only behind the Bible.
That's right. That's where I got it when I was in Rikers Island.
Wow, because we talked about that in Rikers Island experience. That's interesting. Wow.
There was a Muslim brother who put me onto it.
Right.
Still have it. I still have my copy right here.
Yeah, I got my copy. We've done that together. I've got my copy. I think it's I don't know where it is right now. Oh, there you go. Nice. Yeah, I got the same one.
This one,
Cooper, man.
on page 369 is the Michael Aquino, the PSYOP. I don't know if you can see that. Where do I put this?
Let me hold on. I'm going to give you solo. There you go.
Right there.
Yeah.
From PSYOP to Mind War.
Yeah.
The Psychology of Victory by Colonel Paul E. Vallely, who came on and said that Q is from Northern Virginia,
Right.
right? With Michael Aquino, who's the leader of the Temple of Set, the Satan worshiper, who,
Right.
who infiltrated our military. Now, for those who believe Paul Vallely, I'll tell you right now, operators never divulge. And at
Yeah.
the time, he had already been retired for several years. So how would he know? How would he know? You got to think about stuff like that. You know, he, in my opinion, was part of the infiltration. You know, and
can you tell? You know, can you tell me? So right now we've got about 2,800 people, but there are 1,712 on MyX alone. Another 72 on Hawks, and but if you look at live on X, we're not even there. Like we're not not showing up on the right side.
Where do you find that?
So like if you look at X live on X on the right here, we got Joshua Reed, Conspiracy Streams Red Pill Project. He's got 154 people. GB News got 138. NDTV Live.
I don't see any of that, Dave.
On the right side of your X on underneath your search bar.
Yeah, I don't see any of that. Nothing's coming up for me.
Do you all see that? Do you guys see that? I wonder if are you using the app on your laptop or are you using just the website?
Yo, I just this is what came up for me. Let me talk about this real quick, because Trump is hugging Laura Loomer, and it says this is why Trump is hanging out with Laura Loomer. Watch them with their hands all over each other at Mar-a-Lago. Yeah, no, I'm not buying that. But the reason why I'm pointing this out is because that doesn't look like Trump. He kind of resembles his brother more than anything.
Can you share your
the screen? Let me see. Yeah, hold on. Share screen.
Matt Wallace is saying ABC allegedly set up distractive lighting aimed at Trump's podium to make him look left to right repeatedly during the debate and artificially increase his heartbeat. That's crazy.
That's you. My screen. Do you see my screen?
Yep, I just added it. Okay.
So how do I unmute it? I gotta go back to that, right?
There you go.
That says Trump 2024.
Doesn't he look a little odd there?
Doesn't even look
kind
like
of resembles his brother Robert.
Doesn't even look like him.
He's slimmer. He's slimmer in the face. You see that?
Yeah. Yeah, totally.
I mean, it does resemble him, but not. You understand what I'm saying? It looks like his brother.
Yeah, yeah.
Looks like Robert Trump.
Looks different. And by the way, is this a Kamala supporter?
No,
Look
that's
up
Laura
Mike
Loomer.
Singleton. What's that?
Oh, I don't know who that is.
Mike
Probably.
Singleton. I guarantee it because he's saying that, note he's married. Their hands all over each other. What are you talking about? He puts his hand behind her and gives her a hug and a kiss. Like what the hell is this guy?
And now I
getting
see
at?
the live on X you were talking about.
Yeah, so right over here, right?
I see the live. Yeah,
We're
it's
not
only
there.
the
We're
Al
not there.
Jazeera.
We're not there. Like
No.
it's what like why wouldn't we be there if we got 1,700 people? We got more than all these people combined right now. And maybe it's because it's not on
And
space.
it's your page. No, I always no. No, I've seen that before.
Like
I've
pull up
seen
if you would
the pink
pull up
and the
my
purple.
pull up my
And I've
my account if you would. If you search my account and see if anything changes when that happens. But that's in messages. There you go. Okay, so if you pull up the actual show tonight,
how do I do that?
scroll down until you see the live show.
Oh,
right there.
right here.
Right. So if you click on that,
Right here.
yeah,
Yeah.
you'll see and how many people
Yeah.
are 1,725.
1725.
So why in the
Mhm.
heck wouldn't we be on
And
the
they're
right
not
side?
showing you.
Yeah.
I don't know. Weird.
Yeah.
It's weird. I'm gonna refresh it. See what happens.
Live on X. Yeah. I mean, it's just the
Nope,
top one
nothing
is
still.
156.
I don't even see that.
Yeah, you see why are Haitians upset? You see 793 there. It's weird. Like why
That's a space. That's a space. That's not live. The only live I see is Al Jazeera English.
and I wonder if it's because I'm coming in
Doesn't
through yeah, but I'm just like it's like what's going on? You know what I mean? Like that's what bothers me. But I mean,
Oh, you're
dude,
not coming in through X?
I'm coming in through StreamYard into X and Rumble and YouTube and Facebook. That's why the number is 20, like we're 2,800, but we're only showing 1,730.
That's got to be it.
Yeah, maybe because I'm
That's
coming
gotta
in
be
through
it.
StreamYard.
Right. You're not doing it live through X.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's got to be it. That's got to be the reason.
That must be it. So one of the things I was going to say too, and I want to shout out to Army vet on this one too. He said that he did Trump's last Truth Social. No, wait a minute. No, it wasn't that. What was it? Army vet. What was the one that you did? Because I have it pulled up. But basically, let me take you to it. Harvey Weinstein was
yeah.
It more indictments today, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so here he is, Harvey Weinstein indicted on additional charges in Manhattan. This happened yesterday, I think. The indictment will remain under seal until Weinstein is arraigned on the new charges, which could happen as early as September 18th. So this was either early today or yesterday. I think it was yesterday.
But that was Trump's sentencing day that they changed. They changed it was set up for September 18th.
Right.
The boomerang.
Yeah, right. And
The
he's
Weinstein
going
instead.
to be sentenced. He's going to be sentenced, right? So, well, check out the September 12th Delta, right here.
Yeah, I saw that. Yes.
3 sex
Yes.
abusers, traffickers down. Harvey Weinstein, Jeffrey Epstein, and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Yes.
Holy shit, dude. Attempts to normalize will fail. Who will be next?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the Delta.
Yeah.
Are you telling me that the court, that the New York court that is arraigning, his sentencing is going to be September 18th, right? Boomerang, like you said, that this all happened and it's a coincidence that this guy gets further indictments on the Delta?
What news outlet is it?
Microsoft is the one I pulled up. Let me pull up.
They
another.
usually don't give timestamps. Is there a timestamp on that?
No.
See if you find it.
You know what? Let's go to AP, and it was yesterday. It was yesterday. Okay.
AP they do give timestamps.
Yeah, and I got to show you something else from AP too, if you haven't seen it already. Harvey Weinstein indicted on additional sex crimes charges ahead of New York retrial. 4:29 p.m. Central Time.
Whoa. There was a 429 from the Hill today. That's the second 429. It wasn't that significant when I looked it up.
Okay.
But I didn't do a mirror.
Well, I'll tell you, but 429, this is CDT, but East Coast time would be 529.
Right. And yes, the 529. Yes, we did that on your show.
Yeah.
Yes, the mirror.
The mandated.
Oh, yes. Look
no,
at this.
I'm sorry. I went up. I went to the wrong one. I'm sorry. I had left over here. Here
Look
we
at
go.
the 529.
Yeah. And it has number 17, by the way, as the blue, right? Next to the ID zeros. Be ready. MSM coming. Big way. We see all. We hear all. Fight, fight, fight. Conspiracy push coming. MSM lost control. Look what's happening. Democrats lost slave grip. Democrats lost center voters because they're so far left. Libs are minority. MSM projects as big movement. Fake news. 4 to 6% lost forever. Hello, George.
George.
Shit, dude. So
mirror that.
Okay. All right. So when you see hello, George, okay, what does that mean to you?
Well, it's 2018. Bush was still alive then, right?
Yeah.
So it could have been him. Could have been Soros. And it could also be George Magazine.
Right.
Because George Magazine, he
was
did a lot
George
of
Bush anyway.
Huh? Right, exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah, check out that mirror.
925. This is not about religions or party affiliation. Evil is everywhere. There are no drawn lines, no boundaries, good versus evil. Wow. That's significant. Okay.
And you gotta look at the timestamp with Weinstein because he's in the drops. So anything Weinstein, the news unlocks the map. So AP, New York Times, Post, CNN, Fox,
and of course look at drop 17, right? Which is Obama traveling in front of POTUS, and how can military be implied to prosecute bad actors and avoid corrupt agencies and judges? Biggest drop on posts online. Above is reason why the shills are sliding. In case you didn't know, shills log and send new info back to ASF for instruction.
I never got that.
The ASF.
Yeah.
You know, AS is obviously Adam Schiff, right?
Yeah, but what's the F?
But
I
I
never
don't
got
understand
that.
the F.
I
Yeah.
never got that.
And the SF can be, special forces, but in case you didn't know, shills log and send new info back to ASF for instruction. They use a 5-prong pre-packaged injection. One post auto generates 4 more at random designated times. Common drive of posts they all tap into. Since they misjudged the influence of the MSM, they are aggressively looking to censor throughout major platforms in exchange for CIA slush funds and worldwide access for expansion of said networks. Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. So basically, they're telling us
that last sentence.
Yeah, right? Everything they do has been forecasted and prepared for. So they're telling us that the shills are using these 5-prong prepackaged injections. So if they generate a post, let's say, for example, Trump got crushed in the debate last night, right? That will auto generate 4 more at random designated times with basically saying the same message.
Yep.
That's what Q is telling us. This is what we were up against on social media, because they knew they lost the MSM. They knew they lost a lot of the people. So they're looking to aggressively censor throughout major platforms in exchange for the CIA slush funds. This is what you're getting from, some of these people out there, like the Krasensteins, okay? Right. And things like that, right? So, yeah, and send back info back, and some of the people that we think are on our side.
Right.
Yeah. So, yeah, I don't know. I want to look it up, because I know I've looked this up before.
Army Special Forces is the only thing I came up with, but it doesn't make sense that they would send info back to Army Special Forces for instruction.
Right.
So I didn't think, the first thing I thought was Adam Schiff, but then the F didn't make sense.
Yeah, exactly.
So I don't know. I still have not been able to figure that out.
And if we go to, Q Alerts has
abbreviations,
but it doesn't have.
No, it doesn't have it.
ASF, just Adam Schiff.
Q Alerts doesn't have it either. I'll have to ask him. He might know. I'll ask him tomorrow.
Yeah, and let him know you did my show, because he and I are talking about getting together here. He lives close to me.
Yeah, I remember you saying that.
And I've been meaning to reach out to him.
He's a great guy. He does great research. He's primarily focused on children. Oh, yeah, without a doubt. He'll know it.
So, so ASF, by the way, is an acronym for as fuck, like extremely so, but that doesn't make sense either.
Nope.
Yeah, it doesn't. Airport Security Force. It never made sense.
For instructions, they report back to someone or some entity for instructions. ASF.
Yeah. I'm
not even gonna try. I've tried in the past, rattled my brain, and I was never able to figure it out. So I'm not gonna try.
Same.
Maybe somebody in the audience might be able to pick up on that. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's see if anybody put that in. Let's see. But thank you for that, Navy vet. That was badass. Navy vet, will you send that to me at the indoctrination at Proton Mail, because I can't copy and paste that. And guys, if you need to send me something, you can do it there. Here it is. There's the email. But that was, I mean, how about that? Weinstein's, additional indictments, and here he is, front and center in the drops on that Delta, for crying out loud.
On the day they thought they were going to sentence Trump, he's going to.
Now they're going to sentence him. Yep. Dude, I mean, come on. I mean, it just doesn't get any better than this. And now tomorrow's Deltas, by the way, are all about Antifa and all about the fires being set, back in the day.
There was a couple of things that I wanted to mention. I'll try to be quick, but I had found an article on Meyer Lansky and the Anti-Defamation League, which he helped create.
Right.
Very, very interesting article. And then also, I wanted to mention Scavino. I didn't really go over any of my decodes, but remember I talked about Barack Obama posting at 11:16, and then Michelle posting at 11:07. The very next morning, his first post, Obama, at 8:59, right, correlates with drop 8:59, and they're talking about the Kobe steal. And so I think they're they're putting it in his face, and telling him and his cohorts, remember all these deals you did with China.
Yeah.
That destroyed our industry. Because for me and you, it really doesn't mean anything. But they directly correlate with the Obama administration. And why would he do that? He knows we're looking at timestamps.
Right.
Why would he do that?
Right.
Then you had I said that one, sorry. I already said that one. The other one was jeez, I hate when I can't find stuff. Give me a second.
So while you're pulling that up, Bloomberg, who we were just talking about, who was at 9/11, which was a steel destruction of steel, right? Bloomberg reported U.S. steel deal with Nippon called doomed by Steelworkers Union. And the United Steelworkers said they will not be bullied into accepting Nippon Steel Corp's last-ditch efforts to win over workers for its takeover of the United States Steel Corp, calling the $14.1 billion acquisition a doomed deal and pledging to fight any foreign ownership of the company. The memo sent to interested parties, including the White House on Thursday, is the latest in a public struggle to win hearts and minds as the fate of the deal hangs in the air with President Joe Biden's threat to block it looming large. And Trump has said it's got to be U.S. Steel. You can't have foreign ownership of this.
That's right. And what Biden did is all for show, to delay it past the election.
What did he do exactly?
He stopped the deal from going through, or he's threatening to stop it.
Right.
Biden. So you got to look at it two ways. Is he finally turning around and, supporting Trump?
Well, he wore the hat today, man.
right.
He went to the and took pictures with people with nothing but Trump gear on.
That's right.
You know,
So
I mean,
what we need to see is Kamala come out and say something about that. See where she stands. And this is an argument I had with my fellow union workers, right? That she's, in my opinion, she's not an advocate for unions. If she was, she'd be out speaking out against this. You understand? How can you allow a foreign entity to come in?
Yeah.
And buy, where's Kamala?
Yeah.
At least Joe is threatening to block it. We know it's not the real Joe, but that's a good thing.
Yeah.
You might look at it as, he's delaying progress. If this company buys, if they allow them to buy the company that's going to create jobs, no, stupid. They're not going to hire you.
Right.
They're going to bring all their own people in here, slowly but surely. So the other thing, really quick, Trump, the night of the debate, his last post was 36 caps at 1:44 a.m. and mirrored is 4:41. Drop 1:44. It's a long one. It's definitely worth reading. I recommend you guys read it at your own leisure. Unless, Dave, you want to read it, it's up to you. It's your show. And then the other one is mirrored, drop 4:41, which has the 1:44 timestamp within it. So I thought that was relevant. It talks about the iridium.
Oh yeah. Mm-hmm.
So,
well,
what's iridium, by the way?
Iridium, that was the company that had the low Earth satellites with the the phones that you could talk.
That's right.
Anywhere in the world without any cell service.
That's right.
But it's also metal. Which yeah. I mean, it's but I think Q's talking about the satellite.
The satellites, right?
Right. And this
again,
is
again letting them know that he knows.
Yeah. How they're communicating.
Mm-hmm. Or how they were communicating.
Yeah. Yeah. It was bought. I can't remember. It went bankrupt, and then I'm trying to think who bought who bought Iridium from bankruptcy. The rise and fall and rise of Iridium. Let me see if I can get just read.
Dive into oceans of Halloween fun at SeaWorld. From our kids' room spectacular to the Fright Night of Halloween.
No, don't think so. Here we go. And Mark Adams got a call home in suburban Virginia on a Friday night in 2003. Alaskan, let's get to it. Okay. So it was Motorola. It was $5 billion, low Earth orbit debacle. Planned in the mid-'80s, the system was archaic by the time it was deployed in 1998, offering global communications from a brick-sized $3,000 phone at charges from $6 to $30 a minute. The plan was locked in place 12 years before the system became operational. The idea was a businessman would carry this thing around the world in his briefcase and dial home from Paris or London. By the time it got up, nobody needed it in Paris and London. So Motorola made it obsolete. Let's see. By 99, Iridium was bankrupt, and by the fall of 2000, when Colossi was shuttling between U.S. Secretary of Defense's office, Lloyd's of London, and a member of the Saudi royal family, which is probably Al-Walid, and Iridium's principal gateway in Tempe, Arizona, to paste his deal together, Motorola was threatening daily to let the whole satellite network crash back to the Earth. Let's see. 6 groups of 11 1,412-pound satellites orbiting Earth every 100 minutes, guided from the basement of a featureless 2-story office building in Leesburg, Virginia.
What kind of building?
2-story office building.
Yeah. It sounds like the Pentagon. Nah, I'm just kidding. Pentagon.
Yeah, so but what Q is basically getting at here is that what rocket fired today, message sent, Iridium, future news will unlock more of the message, missing confirmed. Over here on 144, Patriots Don't Sleep, 40,000-foot view necessary to understand U.S. Saudi Arabia global events, paint the picture. Decrease altitude, we will not fly that high again. Higher the altitude, greater the risk of conspiracy. ST.
Which one are you reading?
144.
Oh, 144, right.
And I'm looking up IT. I don't think they have IT in here either. They don't. Or no, I'm sorry. It was ST.
ST.
Shit. And I don't think they have ST. I've looked this up before. Yeah, they do. SEAL team. Okay, SEAL team. Greater risk of conspiracy, SEAL team. Many will not swallow. What is no such agency? Q group. Who has a clearance for full picture? Important. SIS is good. Admiral Rogers. What agency is at war with clowns in America? That's NSA. How does POTUS shift narrative? New Age of Enlightenment. 80% covert, 20% public. I've been here with you all very, very many times, which is why we only see 20% of what's happening. What's occurred over the last several months? See info leaks. Operations think Saudi Arabia. Plus question mark. CNN sale. What companies record large cash injections by clowns in America? Public. Why? Who does it? Or who does primary objective?
Can't hear you.
You can't hear me?
I hear you now. Yeah.
Oh, okay. How much did you miss?
Maybe 1 or 2 sentences.
Okay. Primary objective from beginning, POTUS discredit MSM, which is happening. Why is this relevant? How is information transmitted? How are people informed? I'm sorry, I'm getting tired, guys. Why was Sarah Carter attacked? Hack attempt. Why was Operation Mockingbird repeated? Why was Jason Bourne CIA dream repeated? Think social media platform. Who are the wizards and the warlocks? What council do the wizards and warlocks control? Think Snowden, inside terms dropped. Alice in Wonderland, understood. Snow White, understood. Iron Eagle, Godfather 3, Speed, everything has meaning. Disney is a distraction. Look at, we were just talking about one of the top people of Disney that Oliver was talking about, Dana. What's that?
Walden.
Dana Walden, right? And by the way, Dana Bash, her last name's not Bash, it's Schwartz. She's Jewish. Yeah, right. Everything is so Senate and Congress equals puppets, not all. Power shift for God and country, for humanity. Geronimo. And one of the inside baseball here is the letters in kill brackets, and it reads. Let me make it a little bit bigger for you. U.S.
No. Well, yeah, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Okay. U.S. risk this week. U.S. risk this week. God and country is in also in kill brackets, but it's not like the rest. So U.S. at risk. U.S. risk this week. And remind me what took you here.
The timestamp for Trump's drop. The last drop after the debate was at 1:44. That's when I went to bed. I was waiting for him to post one more time.
Okay.
And he did at 1:44 a.m.
Yep.
And it was 36 caps as well. It dropped 36.
Oh,
okay. That one keeps coming up. That's a big one. No media, no leaks, military intelligence, remember?
Yep. Military intelligence, no media, no leaks. How many military intelligence generals have been in and out of White House in the past 30 days? That's just military generals. Focus on Flynn, background and potential role. What is a common denominator in terms of military backgrounds close to POTUS? Marines. Why did Soros transfer the bulk of his public funds to an NPO? Why is this relevant? Who nonprofit organization is NPO? Who owes a lot to very bad actors? Clinton. How can she repay his payment? Was made under promise of victory, specifically Saudi Arabia, which was $150 million that they put in. What cash payments occurred by Barack Obama during the last 90 of his presidency to foreign states and organizations? What slush fund did AG Sessions through DOJ put an end to? I forget that one. Do you remember?
Which one?
The slush fund that AG Sessions put an end to.
Wait, say that again? I'm sorry.
Sessions put an end to slush funds.
CIA.
Okay.
CIA slush fund. That just came up in the last one of the other drops we read. The CIA slush funds. Where are you? You're on 30. You're on 36. Yeah. On the what slush fund that they just actually DOJ put an end to. Oh wait, no, it wasn't the CIA. Oh shit, I remember this. Fuck, I can't. Damn it! How many times have we gone over this?
I know.
I can't remember. It'll come to me.
Oh, here it is. Okay, here it is. I found it. I had to look it up. It's the Holder slush fund. DOJ ends slush funds. Eric Holder no longer allow prosecutors to strike settlement agreements with big companies, directing them to make payouts to outside groups.
Obama's slush funds, not Holders.
Well, Holder was Obama's.
That's when Sessions had the audit. He ordered the full audit on Obama's slush funds.
Yeah, but they were going through Holder.
Right. Right. Pay to play schemes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So he put an end to that. Let me go back to the drop 36. And then how does Soros, Obama, Clinton, Holder, Lynch, et cetera, all net many millions of dollars, normally within a single tax year? What was negotiated on the tarmac between Bill Clinton and Lynch, that was the Supreme Court justice seat that Lynch was going to be filling if she stopped the investigation into HRC's emails. What if the wizards and warlocks tipped off a local reporter as to this supposed unscheduled stop? What if the NSA, under the personal direction from Admiral Rogers, had this meeting miscategorized and logged under a false identity to prevent bad actors from locating while also verifying to said players all was clear? No logs. What really happened when the wizards and warlocks revealed what they had? Was Comey forced into the spotlight shortly thereafter, not by choice, right before the election, no doubt, which would cast suspicion? These are crumbs, and you cannot imagine the full and complete picture. Again, remember, 20% we see. If Trump failed, if we failed, and HRC assumed control, we as patriots were prepared to do the unthinkable. This was leaked internally and kept the delegate recount scam and Barack Obama from declaring fraud. Dig deeper, missing critical points to paint the full picture. There is simply no other way than to use military. It's not that corrupt and dirty. Please be safe and pray for those in harm's way as they continually protect and serve our great country. What Trump did by sending us with his 36 caps, as he told us, Barack Obama, they were going to, give Hillary the seat.
But the U.S. was for sale.
Yeah.
His administration. It was going to continue under hers.
Oh, absolutely. And all these motherfuckers are making big bank, like AOC and also
with all the insider trading too, the pay to play schemes.
Yeah.
The insider trading, the bribing, the money laundering, you name it.
Yeah.
Dude, I'm fading, bro.
Yeah, we gotta close it down. Bro.
But I wanted really quick.
Took us down.
I wanted to mention this article to you. Maybe you could look it up and find it. It's called "The ADL and Organized Crime," and there was a guy called Hank Messick, who was an expert on organized crime, and he put it all together, Meyer Lansky and the ADL. It's a great article. Just going to read something really quick from there. A little excerpt from the article. The National Crime Syndicate, in keeping with Lansky's dream of legitimizing organized crime, was modeled on the National Reconstruction Administration, the NRA, the Franklin Roosevelt New Deal agency responsible for overseeing public works projects from coast to coast. Mind you, the Green New Deal, huh?
Yeah.
The NCS adopted the NRA's regional structure, in which decision-making fell on a national commission equally representing each geographic subdivision. The National Commission structure aimed at ensuring the spread of organized crime into every community in the country, not just in major cities that have been traditionally hubs of mob activity, New York, New Orleans, Chicago. It also aimed at creating a self-policing system that would avert outbreaks of gang warfare, which might bring law enforcement pressure and public outrage down on the crime syndicate. The Prohibition era Capone Wars in Chicago had seriously weakened the crime syndicate, and Lansky intended to ensure that no such petty rivalries interfered with his grand scheme. So his grand scheme, I don't know. Well, you said you didn't really know too much about him,
Mm-mm.
but he wanted to turn Israel into his state that he controlled. You know?
Really?
Yeah. Oh yeah. So with the help of the Anti Defamation League, the ADL, which is very much alive and kicking, um, he was able to. He was able to. So it goes into great detail about Meyer Lansky. It's a great article. Maybe next time we can read it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'd love to
So,
hear more about that. Because I'm looking at, I just looking at the ADL. Milken was a huge funder. Michael Milken, the junk bond king. Prager's a part of it. You know, yeah, I want to know more about it. So on our way out, let me play this for us real quick. It's just real short, but it might leave us with a smile on our face. Here we go.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Did you see the face of that dog? Tell me you saw that. Here.
They're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
Oh man. We lost Oliver. I'll stop that. I hope I didn't kick him off, but my friends, thanks for joining us tonight. What a show. We ended up with about 2,800 of you beautiful people. So thanks for being here. Much appreciated. If you would like to support my work here, you may do so in the following manner, and it is much appreciated, and it keeps things rolling. It takes quite a bit to put these shows together day after day, night after night, and stay ahead of the crowd. I am on this wall for you. I am keeping a lookout, and I hope that I am doing a good job for you in order to bring to you just really quality information that we need to navigate this storm. So my hats off to you for being here, for sharing this out, for being a part of this community. And much love to you, and thank you, Carmen Michelle. Appreciate you. And how awesome, by the way, folks, was Oliver with his stories about 9/11 as the first responder. Really powerful. Renz, thank you both so much. What a show indeed. Thank you. Whatever whatever I can do to make our journey here more knowledgeable and more enjoyable, I'm here to do it. So good night, everybody. Much love to you all, and thanks for being with us. And tomorrow, I wasn't anticipating doing a 5.5 hour show tonight. So I might take tomorrow off, come back to you Saturday, but not quite sure. So please connect with your what do you call it? Your notifications, and just keep an eye out. Like go on at 7:30, 8 o'clock, and just, Central mostly, and see if I'm on. Just check in maybe once in a while, and if you're in, check on your notifications, and because I'll come to you when I can. Yeah, it is, Steve. Thank you. Yeah, it's an amazing time to be alive. I mean, it really is. Good night, Dave. Good night, Tricia. Sleep well, Patriots. Renz, thank you. Miss Mindersu, Night Sned, Seed family. God bless you all. Blessings to all. Much respect to Oliver. Ballshack, good to see you, brother. Let's connect this weekend. Margotini, you're the best, Dave. Thank you. Thank you. Folks, this is, man, what a journey. And thanks to Hawk as well, my friends. Dang it, I can't sleep. Too much anxiety. Where to next? Yeah. Yes, Renz. Here's the thing. Renz is saying, could you drop a little no show tonight on X if you're not coming on? The reason I don't do that is because I still want to come on, and I still want to try to come on. But as soon as I know I'm definitely not coming on, I will post on X. So folks, if you're on Rumble, if you're watching on YouTube or Facebook, I'm not able to really post there that I'm not coming on. So that's why it's important that you get over to X so you can see me posting I'm not coming on or I'm coming on, right? So yeah, so please, keep that in mind. Thank you for that recommendation, Renz. I would like to be a little bit more, just like on a set schedule. But yeah, it's crazy. Like sometimes I'm going to do the debate or do a watch show or whatever. So I'm kind of all over the place. So that's why I'm kind of wanting you guys to catch me when I can, but I'll try to communicate the best I can. And Renz, Renz says, thank you. Will help stop me refreshing the page till 4 a.m. Yeah. Sorry about that. All right, my friends. Thank you. All good. Awesome show tonight. Thank you all. Love you. Be well. Good night.